Welcome to Fabri Metal. Our range of products include Fab 500 TNT rebars and merchant bars manufactured according to the highest standards of quality, strength, safety, and durability. Fabri Metal Ghana is currently in the process of commissioning new facilities by incorporating new technologies. Expanding our market reach, regional growth, and presence, currently we are one of the leading steel manufacturers on the African continent with over 7 factories maintaining our position.
In Ghana, farming has always depended on one thing: rain. For many farmers, unpredictable rainfall means uncertainty, low yields, and lost opportunities. That's why the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority is transforming agriculture through modern irrigation. Through the development of irrigation schemes and the rehabilitation of existing systems, GIDA is helping farmers grow more food all year round. By ensuring reliable water access, we are increasing crop yields, improving livelihoods, and strengthening Ghana's food security. GIDA promotes sustainable water management and climate-resilient agriculture while strengthening food security through innovative irrigation solutions, farmer engagement, and strategic partnerships that advance agricultural productivity and rural livelihoods. Through the development of modern irrigation schemes, the rehabilitation of existing systems, and support for smallholder and commercial farmers, GIDA is transforming Ghana's agricultural landscape. The authority works closely with farming communities, development partners, and the private sector to ensure efficient water use, improved crop yields, and year-round farming. Committed to innovation, capacity building, and inclusive agricultural growth, GIDA continues to champion irrigation as a critical driver of national development, economic stability, and resilience in the face of climate change. Together with stakeholders across the agricultural value chain, GIDA is cultivating a future where reliable water access empowers farmers, strengthens communities, and secures Ghana's food systems for generations to come. Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, powering climate-resilient agriculture and securing the future of farming in Ghana.
Welcome to Fabri Metal. Our range of products include Fab 500 TNT rebars and merchant bars manufactured according to the highest standards of quality, strength, safety, and durability. Fabri Metal Ghana is currently in the process of commissioning new facilities by incorporating new technologies. Expanding our market reach, regional growth, and presence, currently we are one of the leading steel manufacturers on the African continent with over 7 factories maintaining our position. Welcome to Fabri Metal. Our range of products include Fab 500 TNT rebars and merchant bars manufactured according to the highest standards of quality, strength, safety, and durability. Fabri Metal Ghana is currently in the process of commissioning new facilities by incorporating new technologies. Expanding our market reach, regional growth, and presence, currently we are one of the leading steel manufacturers on the African continent with over 7 factories maintaining our position. Welcome to Fabri Metal. Our range of products include Fab 500 TNT rebars and merchant bars manufactured according to the highest standards of quality, strength, safety, and durability. Fabri-Metal Ghana is currently in the process of commissioning new facilities by incorporating new technologies. Expanding our market reach, regional growth, and presence, currently we are one of the leading steel manufacturers on the African continent with over 7 factories maintaining our position.
In Ghana, farming has always depended on one thing: rain. For many farmers, unpredictable rainfall means uncertainty, low yields, and lost opportunities. That's why the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority is transforming agriculture through modern irrigation. Through the development of irrigation schemes and the rehabilitation of existing systems, GIDA is helping farmers grow more food all year round. By ensuring reliable water access, we are increasing crop yields, improving livelihoods, and strengthening Ghana's food security. GIDA promotes sustainable water management and climate-resilient agriculture while strengthening food security through innovative irrigation solutions, farmer engagement, and strategic partnerships that advance agricultural productivity and rural livelihoods. Through the development of modern irrigation schemes, the rehabilitation of existing systems, and support for smallholder and commercial farmers, GIDA is transforming Ghana's agricultural landscape. The authority works closely with farming communities, development partners, and the private sector to ensure efficient water use, improved crop yields, and year-round farming. Committed to innovation, capacity building, and inclusive agricultural growth, GIDA continues to champion irrigation as a critical driver of national development, economic stability, and resilience in the face of climate change. Together with stakeholders across the agricultural value chain, GIDA is cultivating a future where reliable water access empowers farmers, strengthens communities, and secures Ghana's food systems for generations to come. Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, powering climate-resilient agriculture and securing the future of farming in Ghana. In Ghana, farming has always depended on one thing: rain. For many farmers, unpredictable rainfall means uncertainty, low yields, and lost opportunities. That's why the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority is transforming agriculture through modern irrigation. Through the development of irrigation schemes and the rehabilitation of existing systems, GIDA is helping farmers grow more food all year round. By ensuring reliable water access, we are increasing crop yields, improving livelihoods, and strengthening Ghana's food security. GIDA promotes sustainable water management and climate-resilient agriculture while strengthening food security through innovative irrigation solutions, farmer engagement, and strategic partnerships that advance agricultural productivity and rural livelihoods. Through the development of modern irrigation schemes, the rehabilitation of existing systems, and support for smallholder and commercial farmers, GIDA is transforming Ghana's agricultural landscape. The authority works closely with farming communities, development partners, and the private sector to ensure efficient water use, improved crop yields, and year-round farming. Committed to innovation, capacity building, and inclusive agricultural growth, GIDA continues to champion irrigation as a critical driver of national development, economic stability, and resilience in the face of climate change. Together with stakeholders across the agricultural value chain, JIDA is cultivating a future where reliable water access empowers farmers, strengthens communities, and secures Ghana's food systems for generations to come. Ghana Irrigation Development Authority
signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana-grade company Gridco Technical Study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority (VRA) took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting, and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuadze in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 560 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station
powering climate-resilient agriculture and securing the future depended on one thing: rain. For many farmers, Unpredictable rainfall means uncertainty, low yields, and lost opportunities. That's why the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority is agriculture through modern irrigation. Through the development of irrigation, the rehabilitation of existing systems, GIDA is helping farmers grow more food all year round. By ensuring reliable water access, we are increasing crop yields, improving livelihoods, and strengthening Ghana's food security. GIDA promotes sustainable water management and climate-resilient agriculture while strengthening food security through innovative irrigation, farmer engagement, and
WinE Forum, the 16th Women in Engineering Forum, and it's a pleasure to have you all here. It's wonderful to follow on from our theme from yesterday and for the rest of the week, from soil to shelf, women engineering Ghana's sustainable food future. So happy to have you here. Like we did yesterday, we ended with a prayer, and it's befitting that we start with a prayer. So I'll invite Reverend Engineer Matilda Ameade, the WinE Vice President, to lead us in prayer. Please give her a round of applause, a bigger one.
We begin in the name of God, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Let's pray. Almighty Father, we thank you this morning. It pleases you to bring us together as we continue in this conference. Lord, we ask for your presence to be with us. Guide all our deliberations and discussions so that at the end, may we be transformed with dignity and integrity. Lord, we ask, committing all the participants into your hands, the facilitators and all the panel members. Lord, may you empower them so that they can be a vessel of transformation to us. Lord, we thank you, and we know you who has begun, you accomplish it in a perfect direction. We thank you through Christ our Lord. Amen.
A round of applause again for Reverend Engineer Matilda. Thank you very much. Great. So now that we've started the right way, my name is Engineer Sheila Odote. I'll be the MC for today. Now, I'm sure a number of you know this already, but in WinE, we like to, do something a little different. So instead of clapping, which is wonderful, what we do is we say wow. And the wow, we don't just say wow, we say it in levels. We elevate our wows. So if I say let's wow, we go wow. Then we go bigger, wow. Then one more, wow. Shall we try, please? So let's go, wow. One more, wow. Bigger one, wow. Brilliant. It's going to be fun today. Thank you very much. So I'll just proceed to acknowledge our invited guests and dignitaries here today. I'll stand on existing protocols from yesterday. So please forgive me. Please forgive me if I miss anyone out, but happy to be prompted by Engineer Harold as well. So we acknowledge the presence of our esteemed GHIE President, Engineer Ludwig Hesse. Very good to see you this morning. Thank you so much. Yes, let's go. Wow. 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 Great. And we also welcome our guests from Nigeria, Kenya, Sierra Leone, Liberia, our FAO president and the WAFAO president as well. We thank you so much for coming all this way to spend this time with us. So we go, wow, 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 wonderful. And we also acknowledge the presence of our esteemed WinE president, Engineer Naki Tete Anowi. Thank you very much for hosting us today. Wow, wow, great. And our executive director of the institution, Engineer Nyuna Pekpena, who's also the World Federation of Engineering Organizations Women's Chapter Leader. I'm not sure if Engineer Nyo is here yet, but we acknowledge her as well and look forward to her joining us shortly. And acknowledging the presence of our former WinE president, lastly, Engineer Rita Ohenisafo. Wonderful to see you. Wow, 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 great. So please forgive me in case I missed out anyone, but as I said, I'll stand in on existing protocols. Oh, of course. Oh, forgive me. And of course, our President-elect, Engineer Sophia Tijani. Wow, special for you. Wow, wow. At WinE, we are all very wow, and it's great to see all your wow faces here today. We had a wonderful session yesterday. It was very well attended by our dignitaries as well. There was a wonderful exhibition and insightful panel discussions as well. So for those of you who were here, you had a good time. For those who missed it, today we'll try and make up for that. Now, as we are in Ho, the Oxygen City, we know that we are in Ewe land, and as a proud Ewe myself, I'll just say Miawezo. Those who were here yesterday got the Wezo, but those who are with us today, Miawezo. Akpena mika kakaka bamiva. Okay. So at this juncture, I'll hand over to our WinE president, Engineer Naki Tete Anowi, to give us the welcome address. So let's give it up to her. Wow. Wow. A big wow. A bigger wow for all of us who are here at 9. So let's go. Wow. 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 Thank you for coming. So the President of Ghana Institution of Engineering, members of council, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And I think here they say Indi, right? Sheila, good morning is what, Indi? Indi Namilo. It is a profound honor and privilege to welcome you to the 16th Women in Engineering Forum, held under the auspices of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, AGM and Conference. I warmly extend my appreciation for your presence. We are truly grateful that you have joined us for this important gathering, a space where diverse voices, experiences, and insights come together to shape the future of engineering and national development. This year's forum is convened under the timely and compelling theme, From Soil to Shelf, Women Engineering Ghana's Sustainable Food Future. This theme invites us to reflect on an issue central to our nation's well-being, food security.
It challenges us to explore systems, innovations, and leadership required to build an agricultural value chain that is efficient, resilient, inclusive, and sustainable. Engineering has always been a decisive force in shaping society. Its impact on food security and sustainable agriculture is profound, from the land development and irrigation systems to mechanization, storage, infrastructure, transportation, logistics, energy solutions, processing technologies, environmental stewardship, and digital innovation. Together, these engineering innovations form the backbone of sustainable food systems. Within this landscape, women are not on the margins. We are designing, leading, innovating, managing, teaching, and mentoring, and transforming outcomes at every stage of the value chain. Women engineers and allied professionals are applying knowledge, creativity, and determination to address practical challenges and deliver lasting impact. Today, we gather to celebrate their contributions, amplify their voices, and inspire even greater participation and leadership. Over the years, WinE Forum has become a respected platform for dialogue, visibility, mentorship, and advocacy. It continues to create meaningful spaces to discuss the role of the women in engineering and critical path we must play in shaping Ghana's future. The 16th edition is therefore not just another event. It is a call to thought, a call to action, and a call to collective responsibility. We are privileged to host distinguished panelists and resource persons whose work spans engineering, agriculture, enterprise, academia, and leadership. Their presence enriches today's conversation and promises a thought-provoking engagement. We are also delighted to showcase the creativity and innovation of emerging talents through students' projects from WinE Affair last year, recognizing that the future of our profession depends on how intentionally we nurture the next generation. At this point, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the leadership of GHIE for your continuous support and encouragement. We do not take this partnership for granted. Our heartfelt appreciation to our moderators and our panelists, and our organizing team, our partners, and every individual who has worked diligently behind the scenes to bring this forum here. Ladies and gentlemen, the future we envision will not emerge by chance. It must be imagined with courage, built with competence, and sustained through deliberate collaborations. As engineers, we understand that every enduring structure begins with vision, discipline, and purpose. In the same way, sustainable food future we seek must be intentionally engineered by capable minds and committed hands. May this forum challenge us to think boldly. May it inspire us to lead with purpose. May it strengthen our resolve to open doors for more women and girls in engineering. And may it remind us that when women rise in engineering, communities flourish, industries transform, and nations thrive. It is now my distinct honor to welcome you to this forum. So welcome, Wezo, and thank you.
A big thank you to Engineer Naki Teteanowi, our host, for a very wonderful speech. One thing that stuck with me was that we have to engineer with courage. We know that in our field, it's not always easy. Some decisions require a lot of courage. And I think this was also stated by the Honorable Gisela Tete yesterday, where she said we also need to get in the rough and get our hands dirty. it's not always easy to do that. Thank you for that very much. Now we're going into our panel discussion, which will be very exciting. So I am honored to introduce our moderator for the session on From Soil to Shelf, Women Engineering Ghana's Sustainable Food Future. We know that women form over 50% of the agricultural value chain. In processing, it's even way more. We all have our mothers, aunties, sisters who are involved in the agri-processing value chain. So we have a lot to say in this matter today at WinE. So I'm honored to introduce our moderator, Engineer Mrs. Carlien Bouchedid. So Engineer Mrs. Carlien Bouchedid is a consultant structural and earthquake engineer with over 4 decades of professional experience in structural engineering, construction supervision, and project management. She holds a BSc in civil engineering from the University of Surrey in the UK and an MSc in earthquake engineering and structural dynamics, together with a diploma of Imperial College, DIC, from Imperial College London. She is a fellow of the Ghana Institution of Engineering and the GFDRR EERI Hausner Fellow. She has also held distinguished leadership roles as president of the Ghana Institution of Engineering from 2017 to 2018 and president of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations, FAO, from 2021 to 2022. Engineer Bouchedid remains a strong advocate for diversity, inclusion, and greater female participation in STEM and engineering professions. So it's my honor to welcome Engineer Carlien to the stage to introduce the panelists as well. So let's give it up to her. Wow. 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 Sit and introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and I'll go straight to the point and start introducing my guests who are here today, who will be joining this panel. So I have here, and this is in no particular order. I have here with me Dr. Grace Doku. Dr. Grace Doku is a dedicated senior lecturer in the Agricultural Sciences and Technology Department at Hull Technical University. She holds a PhD in Agribusiness Management, an MPhil in Agricultural Extension, and a B.Ed in Agricultural Extension. Her research focus is on sustainable agriculture, agricultural extension, rural and gender development, agribusiness, and sustainable livelihood systems. She has supervised numerous student theses and published in reputable academic journals. Thank you. And I'm giving you the very short version of each panelist's introduction. I believe you have the brochures, so you can go through the full version. Please join us upstage. Our next panelist is Dr. Nanajwa Sewa-Boateng. And Dr. Nanajwa Sewa-Boateng is a versatile food scientist with strong expertise in product development. Strong expertise in product development and sensory science, underpinned by several impactful research contributions. Amongst her notable inventions is the development of date milk yogurt, and this is the part I like, a product that continues to stand out for its nutritional relevance and consumer appeal. She holds a BSc and MPhil from the University of Ghana and earned her PhD in food science and engineering from Jiangsu University in China. Dr. Boateng currently serves as a lecturer at Ho Technical University, where she is committed to advancing research, teaching, and innovation in food science. She's, okay, thank you. And this is the short version. Then my next panelist is Miss Janet Adade. I believe she's here. So Janet Adade is a farmer, agro-processor, and rural development advocate with over 10 years of experience in cocoa and rice cultivation, agro-processing, and mobilizing farmers to strengthen agricultural productivity. She manages 5 acres each of cocoa and rice farms and processes cereals into value-added products through her enterprise, Elsie Jane. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say the initials or mention it as a name, enterprise. This is an agro-processing and farm mechanization company. She currently serves as school feeding zonal coordinator for the Guanjasikan and Kajibi districts and is the founder and president of the Madomis Women Farmers Association, where she supports women farmers in production, processing, and group development. And there's a lot more about Ms. Janet Adade. Please join us again. Then I believe my final panelist is Miss Charlotte. Let me just get the full name. Yes. So my final panelist. She's yeah. Miss Charlotte Tay, yes. My final panelist is Miss Charlotte Tay, who's a dedicated agricultural engineer with a strong passion for empowering farmers, particularly women, to adopt climate-smart agricultural practices that enhance productivity, strengthen food security, and promote value addition in agricultural products. Her professional interests focus on improving agricultural systems through sustainable crop production, efficient irrigation management, rural development initiatives, and innovative crop processing methods. She holds a higher national diploma in agricultural machinery engineering from Ho Technical University and a Bachelor of Technology in Agricultural Machinery Engineering from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. She's currently pursuing an MPhil in Agricultural Machinery Engineering to deepen her expertise in agricultural technologies and sustainable farming systems. And there's a lot more about her, which I'm sure you'll find in the brochures. Please join us. So, thank you very much. And I'm sure you'll agree with me. We've said something brief about each of our panelists, but I can assure you there's a lot more to them that is not written down. And today's discussion, we are following the journey of food from soil to shelf. But we are looking at it through an engineering lens. From irrigation, mechanization, to processing technologies, logistics systems, and market infrastructure. At every aspect, you find that engineering underpins every stage of the food value chain. And in fact, in Ghana, you'll find that women are the center of this value chain. They make up about 52% of the labor force and produce about 70% of the country's food crops. And they undertake as much as 90% of small-scale food processing. And so our panelists represent different parts of this journey. And maybe before I start, I must tell you why I was selected, even though I came kicking and screaming to moderate this panel. I'm happy to hear there's a cocoa farmer here. I have 1 acre that I'm struggling with of cocoa. I make chocolate. So I process, yes, that is a new business. I have an old business over 35 years making yogurt. I manufacture yogurt. I farm I farm pineapples, and that is a long story, and other fruits and so on. So at every stage of this soil to processing journey, I think I have my problems, and I hope that you have all the answers. So I'd like to start with, we start from the beginning, producing the food. And my question will start with Miss Janet Adade. You work directly with farmers and you manage cocoa and rice farms, whilst also running an agro-processing enterprise. From your experience, what are the biggest gaps in the systems that support farmers today, given that about half the farmers are women?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for the opportunity also. I've been farming for about 10 years or more now, and I have about 3,000 women farmers I work with. So we have Water and LT Women in Agriculture Network. So we know women, we face a lot of challenges. When we talk about the system that supports farming or women in agriculture, I would say that mechanization is one key gap or where we face challenges. I work with farmers in Volta and OT region, and we have 2 AMSEC centers, one in Adaklu in Volta region and one in Jasikai, because we have some few private centers, those who have machines. So unavailability or inadequate of farm machine is a challenge. We cannot access these machines to work for us, even though you see the women having money to pay for services. But then because of maybe time, they don't have a lot of time. When they get up in the morning, they have to do their house work. Before they realize the men has already gone to get these machines. So these are the challenges, accessing machines. I am saying that because we have associations, maybe we have to get support for the associations, or the associations should also contribute and get their own machines. But it is a challenge because you see the farmers themselves really don't want to contribute and buy these machines. So accessing machines is a challenge to us. That is, we have the gaps there. Funding is also a challenge because getting funding, accessing loans from the banks, farmers don't want to save or to contribute. Farmers always want, especially women, we want to grab. People should come and support us. So it is a challenge because we don't want to save, and even if you give us money to work, we don't want to pay back. So it is a challenge. I think these are some of the yes. Myself, I am a farmer, but so farmers, sometimes when I talk, it's like, oh, you are a farmer, you don't want to talk for us. Oh, you see. But I always tell them, this is what we have to do to get the support. Let's contribute and save some monies and get it. But If I would say trainings, then I would say that we need a lot of trainings. These trainings in every level, we should start from the grassroots, from the down, bringing the women together to tell them that you can do it. Training not only on gaps on the field, but then train them to know how to save, how to help themselves. That is what we need. I have about 3,000 women. And if we should contribute 10 cedis a year, how much? So we can even get these monies to buy the machines. But then the team spirit is not there. So we need trainings not on gaps, because we've done a lot of trainings on gaps. We know how to do it on the field, but is it the dynamism or to change our mindset that if you are a woman or you are a farmer, you can make it, you can help yourself and you make it. Those are the basic trainings that we need.
Thank you.
We need those trainings. Yes.
Thank you very much. So mechanization is a problem.
Yes.
And mainly, you are looking at, I suspect, if you are pooling resources together, you are looking at huge, the bigger equipment.
No, not really. Not big. Now we have small machines that can work like the power tillers. Those ones are not tractors that are very huge. We have some small farming machines that can work for us.
But still not such that individuals can buy.
Individuals can also buy.
So for the small-scale farmers, they would still have to team up, even for these smaller
machines. Some can even buy it. Individuals. I know some of my groups that have contributed money and they bought some few machines.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So for us as engineers, I think that is one of the things that we need to look at, how to produce these simple machines, make them more accessible, and the funding. I mean, your statement about they don't want to pay, it is not something that applies to farmers alone. It applies to the whole society. You try sending Momo to a worker and they'll tell you, hey, don't send to this number. He owes on that number. We take money without any intention of paying back. And perhaps it's a question of a mindset change. Maybe as a country, we seriously need to do something about this attitude. We are, obviously, our homes are failing to teach us these things. So the government must step in and find ways of retraining the whole population to know you take a loan, you pay back. And that's the only way we can move forward. My next question, and we need to move on, will be to Ms. Charlotte Tay. Charlotte, you work directly with farmers through the Department of Food and Agriculture and focus on climate-smart agriculture and value addition. So what engineering technologies or systems are currently making the biggest impact in helping farmers to improve productivity and resilience?
Okay, thank you. Currently, I can say more farmers are becoming aware of precision farming tools. So some of them are making use of the drones, the sensors, so that they can make good use of the chemicals, the fertilizers which they apply. Not only that, there are certain digital platforms like Farmerline, Complete Farm that are giving direct information to farmers on the weather. Some like Isoko and Agro Center, they are giving farmers a direct link to buyers straight. In addition to that, we are all aware of the global warming issues. So the climate smart agriculture practices is now being taken serious. Some farmers don't want to use excessive chemicals nowadays. So for example, they are now using integrated pest control. So Some would decide to do scouting and see where it's actually needed to do spraying. Some would do biological control. Bringing biological control, I want to bring this scenario that happened at my parents' farm. We noticed in our carrot farm that there is this particular ant that eats the worms that disturbs the carrot. But my parents realized after persistent use of pesticide, the attack of the worm was high. We looked around, we didn't see the ant anymore. So now they wanted to import the ant in. So I was there when they called that because I was complaining I had certain ants disturbing me, if I can bring them. Because now they've realized the effect of the pesticide. So instead of using the pesticide spray as high as they used to, now they are cautious that allowing those ants to leave is a way of controlling at a cheaper price. And moreover, being safe. The chemical residue is now at a low level. In addition to that, some are also engaged in crop rotation. There are certain diseases that really don't need chemical. All they need is for you to change the crop that is being farmed. Once you change, you break the cycle. It's also the same as pests. It's not all pests that fit on all kinds of crops. So when you know the trend, you just change the crop and that's it. And though we all want to own mansions and we are buying big homes, big lands, cutting down trees, some farmers are equally becoming aware and they are engaged in agroforestry, where they are inculcating tree crops particularly, where they don't have too many shades on the field, but they are also able to use it intercrop with their animals and their crops. Some have also decided to use the biochar, where the biochar is not only conditioning the soil, it's suppressing the weeds as well, at the same time conserving moisture. Some equally are engaged in using conservation agriculture. Now we have come to the realization that the global warming, we are the cause. Apart from the many other things, excessive tillage of the land exposes the greenhouse gases. As they go up, naturally God made it that when the sun shines, a certain amount goes up. But now because of the green gases, they trap what is supposed to go up and bring it back onto us. So conservation agriculture is now also being looked at by some of our farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But wow. So do you see any opportunities for engineering innovation in areas like irrigation management? You've spoken about the spraying with drones and so on. What about mechanization of crop processing technologies? Are there opportunities for innovation there?
Okay. With irrigation, I think we can do more research into smart irrigation systems, which will work hand in hand with sensors. The rain doesn't fall as it used to. So if we can have sensors that are working hand in hand with smart irrigation system, when it alerts for example, the drip irrigation system that, okay, enough water, don't bring any more, then it goes off. So it's the sensor will be what to determine when to apply water. That saves water. It also reduces leaching as well. I believe we can also, there is room for improvement in water management system. We hardly have rains, but if we can have system, especially for our rural farmers, which can effectively harvest rain and store it and make use of it when it's needed. Certain times the rain is stored, but the rain is harvested, but we are unable to store. So when it's time to need, when it's actually time for us to use it, we don't get it. So it's wasted effort. With what my sister said, I think there is room for us to innovate into affordable machineries that our people can afford, and it's okay with our environment. So one thing is, as we do those research, it should be such that the parts are available. Certain people have money, they've gone to buy big tractors, but they are parked because they tell you the part is not available. So there's room for affordable mechanization, as mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to move to Dr. Grace Doku now. From a research and academic perspective, how can engineering and agricultural extension work more closely together to ensure that innovations are localized and actually reach the farmers?
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for the question. For me, where I'm coming from, I'm so excited about the theme for the entire conference and also the topic for discussion this morning, because anything food security is very topical. If you look at the trends in Ghana currently, many people are becoming food insecure by the day. And the way to go is technology. Technology, because gone are the days when we had vast tracts of land for agriculture, we call them agricultural lands. But today, some of these lands have been converted into other infrastructure development, i.e. roads, etc. So agricultural lands are becoming limited. Meanwhile, because of population growth, there is the need to feed more mouths. So there is every reason to define ways of producing enough food to feed the growing population from the limited resources that we have currently, and therefore the need for technology. From a research background, we have come to notice that when it comes to farmers adopting technology or innovation, the rate is very low. Anytime you conduct research on adoption of technology, you realize that it is very low amongst farmers. And the question is, why is it so? The answer is how we define the needs based on which technologies are developed. The role of extension in the past has been just a linkage between the farmer and the researcher, in this case, the engineer. So the engineer is somehow detached from the farmer. The engineer is developing technologies which may not directly address the needs of the farmer on the ground. So if we are looking at the way to go now, it's just about redefining the roles of these three partners. I'm talking about the engineer or the scientist, the extension agent, and then the farmer. We are looking at adopting participatory approach in developing agricultural innovations and technology. What do we mean by the participatory approach? We are looking at where the designing of a technology or an innovation, everything from the planning, the identification of the needs, leading to the designing of the innovation or technology, the farmer must be at the forefront, so that technologies that are being developed are tailored towards addressing the needs of the farmer on the ground. Because that is what we believe, that once the farmer is engaged in the needs assessment, in analyzing the needs, defining the problem, looking at alternative ways of addressing the problem, the farmer is engaged in all these processes. So at the end of the day, whatever engineers are going to develop in the name of technology or innovation are directly addressing the needs that were identified by the farmer himself or herself. So we are looking at bringing the engineer or the scientist directly in contact with the farmer. How do we do this? There are a lot of tools, participatory tools that we can deploy. We have what we call the farmer field schools, where the farm is turned into a learning ground or a classroom, where the farmer, the extension officer, and the engineer or the scientist are all on the field, observing what is happening, identify what needs are there, and then defining how the solution to that need is going to be. So we can use the farmer field schools to do that. Secondly, we can also use participatory rural appraisal. This is where rural people are allowed to identify their own problems. The extension officer and the engineer are there as just facilitators. So they themselves identify what their challenges are. Else we are going to produce or introduce technologies that, like I said earlier, that will not address their needs. So they themselves are allowed to identify what their needs are And you see, these farmers that we deal with, or these rural people, they have what we call indigenous knowledge. Things that they have used over the years that has worked for them. So it's not like they don't know what to do at times about their problems. The only thing is that some of the indigenous knowledge that they have used in the past can still be polished, enhanced to improve upon their production activities. So you bring the farmers together, they themselves identify their needs, and then together with the researcher or the engineer and the extension officer, we define what solutions there will be. After that, we should have a kind of platform, an integrated platform. We call it the Integrated Innovative Platform, where farmers, these three partners, engage continuously. So we are looking at tools like what we call science and technology backyards. Science and technology backyards are just on-farm research sites where the farmer, the researcher, in this case the engineer, and then the extension officer all live there. So on daily basis, they are identifying the production challenges on daily basis. They are finding ways of resolving these challenges together. My sister has already talked about leveraging on ICT and digital tools to share information. Now we are in the information age where information abounds. We can leverage technology, we can leverage ICT, we can leverage modern digital tools like smartphones, like tablets, like laptops, to share information. You mentioned weather information, soil enhancement information, irrigation information, at times even marketing information. All these are things that we can do. And in all the situations that I'm looking at, we are looking at where we are putting the farmer at the center. So the farmer is part of the negotiation. The farmer is part of the planning. And once the farmer is at the center, his actual needs and problems are identified, and he's part of the solution that has been proposed. So in this situation, there is no way that engineers or scientists will come up with innovations or technologies that the farmer will say they will not adopt. Because in analyzing the situation on the ground, you are looking at the challenges. She mentioned funding. We have technologies that may cost so much the farmer may not be able to afford. But once we are doing all these things with the farmer, we are looking at how deep their pockets are. And we are developing technologies or innovations that they can afford. And once we do that with them at the center, then we are going to enrich the debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Yes, she deserves a big wow. Because she's answered my question very well and answered my follow-up question too. The farmers must be at the center of everything that we do. And I believe it's not only for farming, for every kind of research. The person who's going to benefit from that research or the organization must be at the center. Your research must be solving the problem for someone, else you finish and you won't have any uptake. So now let's move on to the processing and value addition. And my question goes to Dr. Nanajua Sewa Boateng. Once the crops leave the farm, or maybe sometimes they shouldn't even leave the farm, but processing and product development become critical for value addition. From your research in food science and product innovation, what engineering or technological improvements are most needed in Ghana's food processing sector?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Good morning to you all. So from the food science and product development perspective, I think there's a need for a targeted engineering or technological system. It will surprise you to know that most small and medium-scale sectors or processes are still relying on manual and semi-mechanized systems for their production. And this reduces productivity. So if we are developing affordable yet engineering tools like improved dryers, millers, and fermenters to help in the process. There's going to be consistency in the products that they produce all the time. And then the products are going to be shelf stable. Because if they don't dry well, moisture is one thing that helps microorganisms to thrive. So for food safety, if you don't dry well, microorganisms will thrive, and then they cause the food to get spoiled. When it gets spoiled, it means what we were intending to do, adding value to the product that was perishable from the farm, we've not achieved the aim. Because we do product development from the raw produce or raw materials or food commodities from the farm to extend shelf life and make us food secure. So if we don't have the mechanized tools that can help us do all these, then there's a big challenge. There's a real big challenge.
Very happy. Thank you. Yes, and a big wow. I'm very happy you mentioned something like dryers and the fact that we need, that we need tools to help extend the shelf life of the products. And it's part of the reason why I said sometimes the product may not even need to leave the farm first before you start working on it. You've also hinted a bit on how engineers, can help in this area, because you've mentioned dryers, and then I'm looking at solar dryers and things like that. But what else can engineers and food scientists do? How can they collaborate to develop our local products to keep them nutritious and also commercially viable?
Thank you. So if there's this cold chain storage on our farms, like you mentioned, that sometimes the produce or the raw commodities are not even supposed to leave the farm. If there's a cold storage system on the farm or a cold storage van that will transport these produce from the farm to the markets, it's going to help. Most processors are unable to check the nutritive profile of the products they make in their plants themselves. Sometimes they have to take them to places that have these sophisticated equipment, pay huge sums of money, which goes a long way to impact on the prices that consumers pay when they are purchasing these produce. So if small, affordable, and workable or feasible tools are produced by the engineers, the plants or companies can buy them and then test for the nutritive profile of the produce in their plants. So they can do proximate analysis. They can check to see if all the nutrients that were in the raw materials they are supposed to relate to their consumers are still there. When it comes to safety, if there's a tool that can test and see the microbial load of the produce or the product in time, it can be done. A typical example, omega-3 is very healthy, right? But omega-3 has a very bad smell. It makes it difficult to even consume it. It smells fishy, okay? So a food scientist can work on developing a capsule, like a shell, from polysaccharides to cover it. But we don't have the skill or the technical know-how to produce these in larger quantities. So the engineer comes in here to create or develop the equipment that can produce a lot of it, billions of it in no time, so that there's a time release of these omega-3 that we can put in foods or infuse in beverages for our consumers. So this is more like fortifying the produce with something that has been produced. These encapsulated ones only digest, they open up in the stomach. So you don't perceive the pungency and all those things that would have hindered you from taking them.
Thank you. I think this is a huge ask. I fully appreciate what you've said about testing for the nutritional value, because it's something I do almost every year, and it's a huge cost. And perhaps I hadn't thought of it, but the equipment we need for testing is something that maybe if we throw to researchers, they may be able to come up with simpler equipment that will not cost so much, so that we have this facility all over the country. Right now, I'm looking for a place to test for heavy metals, to be able to say that my cocoa doesn't have lead or mercury or something in it. The only places I know of their equipment is broken down. So engineers, that is over to you. Let's come up with equipment for testing.
Can I please add up?
Thank you.
Something
Yes,
small.
please.
So, in recent times, consumers have become very health conscious. So people are moving away from consuming red meat. This has brought up this huge trend of producing meat alternatives. So if the food scientist brings together the peas, the soy, and everything, it doesn't just end there. It's not about mixing it. But the engineer comes in to produce the extruder with the right dyes that can really texture these proteins after the food scientist has denatured them, so that we get to really mimic the muzzle of meat. Okay, yes, so that is what we do.
The extruder is pure engineering, I can tell you that. So basically, we need our engineers to know that we need these kinds of tools. And some of them, when you see them, you know that this can easily be manufactured here. It's basic engineering, but it's just that our minds have not been brought to it. So today, our minds are being brought to the fact that we need some of these tools for processing, to be able to process. I mean, the extruders, I believe they use things like that to make sausage. So whether it's a vegetarian sausage or it's a what sausage, that tool is still needed, and it's something we can produce here. But at the moment, we go to China and buy. So we've all seen, I mean, from the discussion here, that women can play very significant roles in agriculture. I mean, right from the farming to the research to the entrepreneurship and so on, and all these ladies here are proof of that. So what more can engineering institutions, universities, and even the Ghana Institute of Engineers do to ensure that more women lead innovation across this agricultural value chain? And I'll ask this question of each of you so that you can all make your contributions. Starting from Charlotte, what more can any of these institutions do?
Okay. I think these institutions can have an industrial partnership with industries that have these tools, these machineries and equipment, where students or interested females particularly can go there and have internships or undertake apprenticeships there. Once it's done, then it's more like a hands-on thing. Usually what you study in the book is far different from what the practice is. So that partnership is needed. I also believe that women who are trying their best in the engineering aspect should be more like Hildorfen, which will inspire the girl child that we can do it, because we all have that notion that engineering science is for the male. It's so difficult. So if they hail those who are already in the system, I believe it will boost their courage. I also think inclusive curriculum in the education sector, which will make room for the female, bearing in mind her weaknesses, her strength, so it's not all masculine throughout. And then, because of funding, I think there should be room should be made for grants for people who try to do something in relation to engineering, so they can have. There should be incubation hubs too, which will nurture them, so that they are not left hanging or only reading. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Janet, can you
Thank
also
you.
add what you think these institutions can do?
So they can also invite like our women group to their offices or where their machines are, introduce it to us, or maybe some trainings. We have some power tillers, we have some few machines, but then the women are not operating it. So I think there should be some training for the women also to know how to operate it, so that even if a group of women are able to contribute and buy some simple machines, they can operate it themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very important point. Not just to operate the machines, maybe also to repair them. Thank you. So, who do I have next? You want to go ahead, Doctor?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm coming from academia. Thankfully, now we've seen growth in our female student population into subjects or programs like the engineering, civil engineering, electrical engineering. The population is growing. So these institutions can also offer maybe internship opportunities for our students, female students, so they can go also and get practical knowledge. Like somebody said, at times there is a little disconnect between what is taught in the classroom and what the industry practices are. So giving them such opportunity will also enhance or enrich the kind of skills and knowledge that they acquire. So internship opportunities. And if some of them can also offer scholarships as a way of encouraging the ladies who want to go into engineering, as a way of empowering them. Role modeling, somebody mentioned, is very, very important. The women who have made it in engineering, are you mentoring some of these ladies who are now starting their profession in engineering? It will also help. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and Dr. Nanadra.
So the approach ATU takes is more like a practical approach. So when they come, they don't just do theory, but we they'll take them through practical sessions to get them familiarized with some of the equipment and protocols. The ones that we don't have, like those equipments that are not there, when they go on their internships, like a whole semester-based internship, they get to use those, or they are taught how to manage those to help. And I am currently in Carbon collaborative with UG. So this is an inclusive thing. It takes up about 70% women whenever they are taking up people. They take them on internships, boot camps, and even give them grants to help anywhere along the value chain. So yes, this is one thing that they are doing to boost all these things.
Thank you very much. And now, unfortunately, our time is up, and we'll have to wrap up, and I'll do that by asking everyone to give one very short final word on what engineering can do to help in the value chain. Maybe we'll go in order. So Charlotte, please, if you can go ahead. Just a very short closing statement, one sentence.
I think engineering can improve more on infrastructure, our roads. It can't get to the market on time if the roads are not worked on. So we need that to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
thank you. So making available some simple machines and train farmers on how to use them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So biotechnology is the new-ish. along the value chain. So be it soil science, primary production, processing, and all that. Without technology or engineering, nothing can be done. So there should be more courses taught on biotechnology to boost whatever knowledge our students are having from the levels that they are, so that they can build upon them.
Thank you. And Dr.
Thank you very much. I would just want to rehash the fact that the engineers must also go to the ground, directly deal with the farmers and find out what actually the problems are and come up with tailor-made solutions to their problem. And secondly, if we are looking at enhancing our food systems, we have done a lot of production. Yes, there's still much work to be done at the primary production level, but we must focus attention also on the midstream. That is the post-production. The little we are producing, we are not able to keep them. We are not able to prolong their shelf life. So if we continue focusing too much on the primary production level, and we increase production, how are we going to sustain that production? How are we going to keep the ones that we have produced? So we should look at enriching. Engineering should look at developing technologies and innovations that will enhance the post-production sector of the value chain, so that once we produce and we are upscaling, we know that we can manage them post-harvest. Thank you very much.
And that is very, very important. A big wow for everybody. Thank you so much, but I'm not going to let the GHI off. GHI has heard, we have heard, our president is here, our council members have heard, you have heard what has been said here. We've talked about industrial partnerships, we've talked about incubation hubs. Maybe this is something for Asin Kusia. Yes, maybe you should have a little farm there with all that has been talked about here, training in mechanization and so on. Thank you all very much. You've been a wonderful audience. I don't know if I'll be allowed, or we are going to allow any questions or comments, but the MC will come and tell us that.
Thank you very much to our moderator and our panelists for a wonderful discussion. Please do stay on the stage with us as we take only 2 questions, please, in the interest of time. So kindly step forward. I see a gentleman at the back over there. If he can have a mic, please, and maybe one gentleman, and another gentleman there. So to my right and to my left. So we'll start with you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam MC. My name is Engineer Kwesi Obiafare. Yeah, growing up, my contribution is on empowering women financially. Yeah, growing up in the village, we saw that Ghana Food and Distribution Corporation were coming directly to the village, the women, to buy the produce, and then they have their money directly. But in recent times, it's like you don't see them. So when the women on the farm produce, the middle women will come, take it very cheap, and then put a lot of overheads in the market in town to enrich themselves. Whereas the woman in the farm who put more effort to produce the product did not get anything. So if Ghana Institute of Engineers will also recommend back to the government or the Ministry of Agriculture to reintroduce those people, then our women will also have their produce sold directly to the market where they will make their money. Because sometimes the middleman will come and take, and say, I'm going to sell, when I come, I'll bring you your money. And then it will not come, just as somebody said earlier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that comment. Not sure if there's a response, but I think it was more of a comment than a question. And the gentleman to my right, please.
Thank you. My name is Engineer Michael Agbeli. I am with welding and fabrication. So, talking about localized mechanization and the manufacture of local machines as far as food chain is concerned, that's why I'm going to dwell. Now, we have a lot of local machines like food pounding machines, that grind pepper and all that. But it is good that we manufacture locally. And I think it's also essential that we go to the standards. And when you look at the food chain, women, if I'm not mistaken, control a lot of food, be it where we chop bars, transportation of food, manufacture and growing. So engineers, you need to educate people. Why am I going now? Because when you manufacture the machines, for example, you use mine steel to manufacture food pounding machine. Over time, you see that the metals will be involved in the food that we consume. Ignorantly, we are consuming what? Sickness. So we need to educate the women especially to get to know that all these things affect all of us. It's not only the one who is selling, but because it ends up on our table. So we need to educate them. We know, food scientists, we know the sorts of metals that react with some food crops. And so we have a long way to go as far as food production is concerned, and to educate, and like our panelists said, we need to go to the ground to make the manufacturers understand what they are doing and what they are producing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And let's give everyone a wow. Wow. And a big one. Wow. Brilliant. Thank you so much. This has been very insightful. We ask that you please stay on the stage with us. We like having you there. Thank you very, very much to our moderator and panelists. And I've learned so much about this, about the access to finance issues, paying back loans. That's advice to all of us so that the financial system will be able to provide us with more finance, and also localizing our technologies and our options for dealing with issues in the agricultural value chain, and incorporating biodiversity or nature-based solutions into what we do is the way forward, so we can move away from more pesticides and those sorts of chemicals. So thank you very much for this. May I ask that for the purpose of our engagement and for the media as well, that those at the back, if you can kindly move forward and fill up the spaces, we'll be very grateful. Please, we want you closer to us at the front. So if you can please move forward, that will be wonderful. Thank you. So whilst you move forward, please note this announcement. For those who are heading back to Accra today, the bus will be, you can go to the lobby after we finish this wine forum. Not now, please. When the forum is done, you can go downstairs to the lobby and the bus will be there to convey us back to Accra if you are indeed heading out today. Thank you very much. Please, are we moving forward? Okay, so whilst we move forward, kindly, I would like to acknowledge the presence of some dignitaries amongst us. We are privileged to have the CEO of the Ghana Irrigation Authority with us. If you can kindly give us a wave so we acknowledge your presence. Wow. 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 Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. And we also have Engineer Nalamkai Ballard Kwe, the FAO Women in Engineering Chair. Engineer Nalamkai. Ingboyo. Wow. 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 And of course, our esteemed Executive Director, Engineer Enyuna Mkwekpena, who also is the, World Federation of Engineering Organizations Women's Chapter lead and is our ED as well. Give her a big wow. 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 Now, what we're going to do now is present our plaques to our panelists who have really provided us with very practical insights and solutions. I thoroughly enjoy the discussion and our moderator. So we're being supported by our ED, Engineer Nyunam, to present the plaques. Charlotte Tay. Miss Charlotte Tay, thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much. Dr. Nanajwa Boateng. She's told us that biotechnology is the new ish. So let's give her a wow. Thank you. Miss Janet Adade. Yes, we be Kobe. Yes, we be Kobe.
Women, rural women.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that musical interlude. It's like you knew we needed it. Thank you so much. Dr. Grace Doku. Wow. And of course, to our wonderful moderator, Engineer Kallian. Thank you so much. Let's give her a big wow. And what is even more wow is now that Engineer Kallian has told us that she's a chocolatier, she's providing our men with chocolates just to demonstrate how special you are to us. Thank you so much. Thank you. So you may take your seats. Thank you so much. This has been wonderful. Oh, group picture. Thank you. Only for the men. Yes, the chocolate is only for the men. So if we can have support in taking the picture, please. The president and the rest have to come. Or they're only them first? Okay. All right.
Video man. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And if we can continue to move forward and fill the gaps, that would be wonderful. Also, just repeating that for our friends and colleagues who are going to Accra today, after the wine forum, you can go to the lobby and the bus should be there to take you back to Accra. Thank you so much. Thank you for this wonderful panel session. Now we are getting to a very exciting part of our program for today, and that is showcasing of student projects from the WinE Affair 2025. I believe some of the winners from the WinE Affair are going to present what they did to us, which should be really exciting because these are stellar projects. So to support us in doing this, I invite Engineer Alberta Amankwa, who is our mentoring, coaching, and education lead. We know the importance of that. It's been discussed in our panel, that mentoring and coaching is really important for engineers in general and women as well specifically. So thank you very much, Engineer Alberta. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Engineer Sheila. So as she rightly said, we have inter-university Thank you. We have inter-university competition among the WinE Ghana student chapters every year. And last year, it was hosted by the University of Energy and Natural Resources, UNE at Sinyane, with KSTU emerging the overall winner with ATU, that's Whole Technical University, the second runners-up, and then with UNE being the well, yes, that's the first runner-up. They were second. ATU third, with KSTU being the overall winner. And KSTU presented on relief, and we would want them to present to the entire participants or delegates of this conference so that you appreciate what WinE Affair is all about. It's an annual event, and would want support and sponsorship, especially from our various organizations. So please, let's invite the KSTU team to do their presentation on their project Relief that won the overall award. Okay, so we had a maiden WinE Affair in 2023, which was hosted by KNUST, with KSTU being the winner, Legon being the second, and UMass was second, and Legon was third. Then 2024 edition, we had KSTU being the winner, so they've won consecutively for the last 3 years. But with the 2024 edition, we had UMass being the second and University of Ghana being the third. We will now invite the team lead, Rita, to help us with their presentation.
Good morning, everyone. So please, we are Team Allies
Can we
from.
have the presentation rolling?
We are Team Allies from Kumasi Technical University, and these are my group members. So they will start with their presentation.
This is a screen. The project will be presented on the screen.
Good day, honorable engineers, mentors, and innovators. We are Team Elites from Kumasi Technical University Women Engineering Chapter. We are guided by the theme Where Vision Meets Precision by Women for the Future. We present to you Relief, a dual impact innovation built to reshape how we grow, use, and renew nature.
In a world where we fail to act on little things affecting our community, innovation loses their real name, because innovation isn't always about building big machines. It's about finding real solutions to the little things haunting us daily.
Every year, Ghana generates over 840,000 tons of plastic waste, yet only a fraction is recycled. On the other hand, millions of tons of agricultural waste, such as rice husk, maize husk, plantain stalk, and cassava peels, are burned or dumped, destroying the soil that feeds us. In communities such as Bimbila and Zabila, families find it difficult to access fresh, nutritious food. In other communities, heaps of plastic waste, piled up and burned in the open air, traps smoke in the sky, which destroys the environment that sustains us.
So we ask ourselves, why worry about massive innovation when our communities need real solution? Why not design something that feeds, educates, and sustains at once? Why should innovation be distant when our communities need real solution? This led us into two integrated innovation, the Smart Agro Seed Infused Packaging and the Hydroponics Outreach Initiative, both connected by one goal, sustainability through education and technology. This is how our vision is born to impact marginalized youth, especially young girls, through education, technology, and sustainability, creating a ripple of change that goes beyond us.
Our project, the Relief Initiative, connects two key innovations that feed into each other quite literally. 2 years ago, our team designed a functional hydroponic system that grows crops without soil, using water, nutrients, and precision. By this year, we are scaling the impact. We are taking this system to our local communities to train young minds on how to grow food sustainably. We engage them with hands-on section, storytellings, and real demonstration to show that agriculture and technology can work hand in hand.
That's not all. Once the crops grow, the agricultural waste serves as raw materials for our second innovation, our Smart Agro Seed Packaging, a sustainable packaging made from farm byproducts and natural binders. We converted farm byproducts into biodegradable packs. Each package is infused with a viable seed, which when disposed, decomposes and germinates into a new life. This turns waste into regeneration. A snack wrapper could grow a tomato plant, a moringa tree could be grown through a takeaway pack.
And to make it even smarter, each packaging contains a QR code that connects the user to a chatbot, teaching them how to grow the infused packaging, how agriculture is helping the environment, and tracking their eco-impact through AI-driven feedback. The results? A circular economy solution that merges eco-awareness, waste management, and education. Designed and led by women engineers.
Our project isn't just a project, it's a movement to build sustainable community. We are creating a new generation of innovative students who will see farming not as labor, but as technology. and waste not as trash but as opportunity. WinE directly contributes to a multiple sustainable development goals, SDG. We have SDG 2, zero hunger, generating sustainable food system through hydroponics. SDG 4, quality education, delivering hands-on STEM section to young students. SDG 5, gender equality, led by women engineers, inspiring young girls to lead in tech and agriculture. SDG 12, sustainable consumption and production. And SDG 13, climate change.
While one aspect of WinE focuses on reimagining waste, the other focuses on reimagining farming. Our hydroponics outreach initiative brought sustainable farming to high schools. We taught how crops can grow with water and soil, but also with water, nutrients, and creativity. We also demonstrated how science, engineering, and technology blend to yield sustainable farming.
Through interactive games, mini experiments, we help students understand that innovation can be everywhere, even in a classroom. Our goal is to ignite young minds, especially girls, to see STEM and agriculture as tools for transformation, because sustainability starts with awareness, and awareness starts with education. We didn't just give them innovation, we gave them a story like this.
Together, these two innovations forms a continuous sustainable loop. Waste from farm becomes smart package. The package decomposes and regenerates life. The new life learns to grow food smartly and sustainably. Have you thought about the impact of this innovation in our lives? Yes, WinE has importance in our lives. We have the environmental impact, where waste is recycled, the new plant grows, and we have the social impact, where the youth is empowered through hands-on education, and we have the economic impact, where there is generation of new green jobs, eco-enterprises, and scalable production model.
Our roadmap is clear and practical, beginning with the first phase, which is material testing and prototyping of biodegradable packs, then a QR code and a chatbot development to test for the seed's viability. We proceeded to our hydroponics outreach initiative in selected schools, completed with market introduction and community engagement. In all, 3 months of innovative work with a projected budget of 6,000 Ghana cedis, we built hydroponic system. Our project is financially viable with local materials available in schools and communities.
What makes WinE truly special is its ability to link science, society, and sustainability. A packaging that grows back into the earth, a classroom and community engagements that grows passion, a women-led initiative that grows the future. This is not just innovation, this is eco-revolution with precision and purpose.
And yes, WinE will generate jobs for young women and students in packaging production, waste collection, and education. In the near future, our vision is to see WinE packages on store shelves and hydroponic gardens in every school community to serve as a system of sustainable development made in Ghana by women for the world.
WinE is not just about recycling waste, it's about redefining purpose. We are merging innovation with impact, education with action, and vision with precision. Through WinE, we are nurturing a generation that sees waste as wealth, farming as technology, and sustainability as a shared responsibility. This is the future we are building, a future inspired by women, powered through innovations, and sustained for generations to come. WinE, restoring the earth, inspiring the future.
Thank you. Okay, so WinE, it's with the packaging, it's made of
So with the packaging, it's made of plantain stalk. Yes. It's made of plantain stalk. And then we've infused a seed, of which when you dispose it, it will decompose and then serve as manure for the seed to germinate. Yes. And then with the QR code, after scanning it, it will take you to the website we created. It will take you to the website we created, and then it will educate you about farming. In case you have any problem with help making sure the seed grows well, then you ask it. It also has a chatbot of which you can ask several questions about farming on it.
Okay, so please, that is it. They are at the exhibition booth on 3rd floor. So if you would want to engage them more, kindly move to that center when we are on break to engage them more and have all your answers. Thank you, Kumasi Technical University. Yes, please come around for your picture. We are not done yet. The second school or the third school would also do their presentation. We are done with everything.
I'm so happy to see many engineers today. This was inspiring for me. Hello, my name is Edna.
Please, can you pause?
Today, we learned about a system of farming that doesn't use soil.
We have engineer Letitia here. She brought them all the way from Kumasi just to take part in this wine forum. We are grateful, engineer. She is a staff member with the Chemical Engineering Department of KSTU.
Hey, wine. Hey, girl. We finished. Hey, wine. Hey, girl. We finished. Hey, wine. Hey, girl. We finished.
We finished.
Yeah, people are wondering what the PINIT is. It's an acronym. P means proactive. So as wine members, we are proactive. And the I is innovative. We innovate, as you've rightly seen here. And the N is nurture, talking about mentoring and coaching our young ladies. So that is our slogan as wine. We pin it. Thank you. Wow, thank you. It's now time for Old Technical University to also give us their presentation. And we have Engineer Dr. Mrs. Patricia Santuatano, who is the head of Department for Civil Engineering, also the patron for WinE ATU and vice chair for branch 6 with them, and Engineer Gloria Lodina Menz. She's also a co-patron and a lecturer with the Civil Engineering Department and a treasurer for branch 6. Thank you for prepping our girls and bringing them to the wine forum. We are grateful. We have my namesake, Alberta Mensah, as the team lead, so they will take us through their presentation. So this is the team from Ho Technical University. They were the 3rd winners of last year's wine affair.
Good morning. We are team AgroWaste 360 from Ho Technical University, and we are here to present on AgroWaste 360, and we are looking at transforming waste agricultural waste into sustainable products. So at Agro Waste 360, we use agricultural waste like rice husk, banana stem, and cassava peels to make products like biochar, bricks, and many more. So I would like to walk you through our outline, which is the challenge, why we must act on innovative solutions, expected impact, cost estimation and projection, circular benefits, and many more. So, do you know that over 150 tons of rice husk, banana stem, and other raw materials are burned and dumped yearly, which also contribute to the emission of particulate matter 2.5, carbon dioxide, and methane, which also worsens our climate. And also, rural areas face poverty, energy poverty, and limited access to affordable and housing materials. Plastic pollutions from single waste bags choke our ecosystems every day. Instead of single-use plastics, why not biodegradable bags? So, why we must act, we have to rural communities need clean energy for cooking and productivity. Cost-effective and sustainable building materials are in high demand. Waste must be transformed from a pollutant into a resource. Women and youth need inclusive economic opportunities. Instead of single-use plastics, why not biodegradable bags? So, Agro Waste 360 is looking at providing biochar energy, which is clean and affordable, biodegradable packaging, which are eco bags, and eco brick, which are green building materials. So this is our energy model. These are the processes you have to go through before you get our biochar. So first of all, you source all the raw materials, you improvise and carbonize it. Also, the raw materials need to be milled to get a fine particles, and also after milling, you bind it with a binder, either cassava starch or maize starch, and also you mold it into the desired sizes you want. After that, you dry and package it to sell. So, our impact, our features are burning rates, fuel source, impact on forest, support clean cooking, and cost of production. So comparing biochar, which is being done by us, and the traditional biomass, our biochar takes 4.23, approximately 5 minutes to burn, and the traditional biochar also takes 9 to 8 minutes to burn. So when the burning rate is low, the efficiency becomes high. So we are leading, and the fuel source to ours is 100% agro waste by using cassava peel, rice husk, and the other raw materials, and the normal charcoal uses firewood and trees, which contribute to deforestation and impact on our forest. We protect the forest because we are not using plants for our products. And the normal charcoal causes deforestation. Cost of production, ours is moderate but sustainable, and the normal charcoal is lower initial cost but environmentally costly. So circular benefits, our biochar will go a long way to produce ash, which can also be used as a fertilizer to our crops, and also silica ash, natural pest repellent. The biochar residues can also be used as a repellent. And our result is zero waste but circular economy.
Okay, so our second product is the packaging model, which is the eco bag. So in producing our eco bag, we use banana stems. So in the process, we first collect our banana stem, we extract the fiber, we wash it, and then we dry it. After drying, we blend, and then we make our sheets. Then from the sheets, our eco bag is made. So the impact of the packaging model: raw material, we use banana stems, whilst the alternative bags use fossil fuel. Biodegradability, our eco bag is 100% biodegradable, whilst the alternative bags are non-biodegradable. Environmental impact, our eco bag reduces waste and prevents pollution, and the alternative bags contribute to land and marine pollution. Durability, our eco bag is more stronger and reusable, whilst the alternative bags are weak and often single-used. The cost, our eco bag is just 3 Ghana cedis, whilst the alternative bags are 5 Ghana cedis.
Our last model is the construction model. Our last model is the construction model. So over there, we are talking about the construction industry. We all know that the construction industry is a major contributor to carbon emission in the atmosphere. But as we all know, we cannot stop building because we need building to sustain. The community needs building to survive. So what can we do? We are currently working on projects where we are trying to reduce the clinker they use in cement production, since it's one of the highest emitters of carbon dioxide. But with this particular project, we are looking at replacing sand, which is part of the production of. So we are looking at reducing sand in our construction model, which is we also call the green engineering for affordable housing. We are using rice husk, cement, and then sand. The mixing ratio is 1:5. When we did a comprehensive lab test with series of samples, starting from 10%, 20, 30, and 40. After the lab test, we test the compressive strength, the water absorption capacity, the wearing ability, and the physical properties of the bricks, after which we concluded that using 20% of rice husk in the ratio of 1:5 in a normal bricks, you'll be able to produce a sustainable and high quality bricks that do not compromise the strength of the brick. Next one. Yeah. So the impact of our construction model, looking at the cost per brick, our brick is going to cost 2 Ghana cedis, while the alternative traditional brick is 3 Ghana cedis. The compressive, yes please, the compressive strength. So after we did the compressive test of our bricks, we concluded our result was 30 megapascal, and the traditional brick is 46.6 megapascal. But looking at the Ghana Building Code and then the BS standard, we need between 30 to 46 megapascal. And the women empowerment, we are employing women in the sense that we need our ladies to help us in the sourcing of the raw material, the rice husk. And lastly, the waste converted per bricks, we are able to convert 1,000 kilograms of rice husk, while the traditional brick do not convert any waste. Next one. Yeah, so we did cost estimation, which you will see in the last part of the presentation. From the cost estimation, we estimated it with 5 years period, 10 years period, and 15 years period, respectively. So our innovation and then the SDG goal, we are looking at SDG Goal 5, which is gender equality, SDG Goal 7, in industry, innovation and infrastructure, SDG Goal 7, affordable land and clean energy, SDG Goal 11, sustainable cities and communities, SDG Goal 13, which is the climate action. We're looking at the impact. The Goal 5 is women empowerment and youth through green job. So our product is going to empower women by giving them green job. Goal 7, clean biochar energy for
from waste conversion. We are going to produce a clean cooking for called the biochar briquette, which has a very good burning rate, which means you can use it and you have a very high efficiency. And Go 9, innovation, circular infrastructure using local resources. This comes in different models, which means you can start from model 1, model 2, model 3. The Go 12, which is circular economy, 0% waste recycle. With our project, we are recycling waste zero. You don't have any biodegrade, you don't have any waste as an end product. Even because it's the ash from the biochar, it can be used as a fertilizer. And the last one is the climate mitigation through emission reduction and biochar production. How are we doing this? We are mitigating the emission into the atmosphere through the biochar reduction. Next one. Yeah. So before we continue, we have a video of how we did the product. Hey, girl.
Yeah, I think we are having a challenge with the audio. So if you would want
we just
to,
need the image, so they can give us the image, the video with the image.
so you can move to their booth at the exhibition center and have it
Madam,
played.
we have a last slide. They should produce this for us. Hey, why?
Hey, girl.
But you can be telling them. So please, there's a video. Water test to check the burning rate of the charcoal, the compressive rate and all that. Yeah, you can prepare banku with it. So the preparation of the green break using various percentage. This is the control. Compressive strength test, the water absorption test. So we have to heat it, put it in water, then heat it again. Then the last model, the packaging model. Additive added. It's purely natural. So in conclusion, at AgroWaste 360, this is more than just a project. It's a sustainable movement that tackles agricultural waste and public pollution. This is more than a project. It's a sustainable movement that tackles agricultural waste and plastic pollution. It delivers green energy and eco-friendly construction. It creates green jobs for women and the youth. And finally, it promotes circular economy and climate resilience. By transforming waste into valuable resources, we are building a future where rural communities thrive, the community is protected, and no one is left behind. At AgroWaste 360,
we believe waste is not a problem. It's a resource waiting for innovation, and we are here to prove it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Rita. Alberta. Thank you. Namesake, you know badge, eh? Thank you. Yes, please, it's now time for us to take a picture with them. Which comes on from between October and November this year. And interestingly, it will be hosted by ATU. So we'll be back here in October, November. And we request that the Vice Chancellor or the Reactor helps us with accommodation as well. Okay, Vice Chancellor of Ho Technical University, we are unofficially requesting for your support. Thank you. So please, the institutions here, the organizations here, we need sponsorship to open it up for more universities in Ghana to join the inter-university competition by WinE Ghana. Thank you. Engineer Sheila, over to you.
We have a new slogan now to add to WOW. Oh, really? Oh, but we'll also pin it. I'm sure you agree with me that that was absolutely brilliant and refreshing. I am just so moved and excited. Let's give them a big round of applause and mixed with wow, because that was amazing. Wow. 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 And thank you so much to our wonderful young ladies. You have truly inspired us, and the hard work just shows. It's obvious the amount of effort and thought that have gone into these projects. Couldn't be more proud of you. Well done. Your prizes are very, very well developed and well deserved. And yes, they will be showcasing these on the 3rd floor. So if you want to find out more, interact with them, I encourage you, please do go downstairs and look at their projects. And of course, there is the potential for scaling these up. So please, if you have any ideas, contact Engineer Alberta, and you can discuss that further and how to take it forward. Thank you so much. Now we are going to wrap up and have our vote of thanks. But as I mentioned, we would have had QA, but you can go downstairs and ask the specific questions. So thank you so much for a wonderful session. But now we can have our vote of thanks, and then I'll give the announcement about the logistics going forward as well. So I invite Engineer Miriam Amponsa, our sponsorship and financial management lead, to come and give our vote of thanks. I think Engineer Miriam is our Minister for Finance. Wow.
Good morning once again. I think our men are enjoying the wow more than us. But we are not complaining. We actually like it. So please continue to wow us. We are not complaining at all. So we have some few takeaways. I think I don't need to talk too much about the takeaways. We have listened to what has transpired here today. The panel discussion, moderated by Engineer Colleen Boucher-Dade and her excellent panel members, focused on some issues, some innovations that were going to help us to move from the soil to the shelves. And in there, we realized that for our women, I think Engineer Cullen even pointed out that it's not even just a women problem. There are challenges out there as far as farming is concerned, the issues of funding, and then the issues of training that our farmers need. And for that matter, we had that extensive discussion around it. I am sure we probably have some stakeholders here who might have identified some opportunities to help us fill these gaps. So we will look forward to those inputs, and definitely Ghana Institute of Engineering, under the leadership of Engineer Ludwig Hesse, would make sure that we make all of these inputs come to reality. And I think I don't speak only for myself when I say that our students from Kumasi Technical University and Ho Technical University have wowed us. Can we have one big wow for them before I continue with the vote of thanks? Okay, so I mean, great, using our raw materials all around us to come up with these solutions that are going to be helpful in farming, in construction, with our cement, in packaging. We've been talking on and on about using polythene for packaging, and now we have these biodegradable packaging all around. And I think that we have the stakeholders right here who can help us to scale up these. So we look forward to that. Now I go straight into the vote of thanks. Good morning once again, distinguished guests, panelists, speakers, sponsors, and our vibrant audience. On behalf of Women in Engineering Ghana, it is my absolute pleasure to say a very big thank you to everyone who made today's 16th WinE Forum such a success. To our incredible panelists, thank you for the powerful insights and thought-provoking discussion. You have truly inspired us. To our moderator, Engineer Colin Bushadid, thank you for guiding the conversation so brilliantly. And to our MC, Engineer Sheila Odote, you kept the energy alive and the program flowing beautifully, and she wowed us, didn't she? We are also deeply honored by the presence and contributions of our distinguished leaders. Our sincere appreciation goes to our international delegates. I will not be able to mention all, so forgive me before I continue. The FAIO President, Engineer Refilwe Buthelezi, and NSC President, Engineer Margaret Oguntala. Thank you for bringing global perspective to our conversation. From the Ghana Institute of Engineers, we are grateful to the President, Engineer Ludwig Hesse, the President-elect, Engineer Sophia Tijani, the Executive Director, Engineer Dr. Enyonam Kwekpena, as well as past presidents of GHIE. We say thank you for your continued leadership and support. We really appreciate it. Let's also celebrate our brilliant students from Kumasi Technical University and Ho Technical University. Your innovation gives us hope for the future. And thank you, Engineer Alberta Amankwa, for your dedication to mentoring the next generation. You have done marvelously. To our amazing WinE leadership, especially our chair, Engineer Jane Naki Tete Anowi, we appreciate your vision and commitment to empowering women in engineering. To our sponsors, partners, and the hard-working organizing team behind the scenes, Aiko, you made this happen. And to everyone here today, your presence, your energy, and your engagement made this forum truly meaningful. As we say in the Volta region, Akpekaka, thank you very much. Miakata miyingo, which means let's keep moving forward together. Travel safely, stay inspired, and we look forward to seeing you at the next WinE gathering. Akpena mikata, thank you all.
Thank you very much, Engineer Miriam. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Vice President of the Kenyan Institution of Engineering as well, Madam Christine Ogud. Thank you so much for joining us. I would also like to acknowledge Engineer Frank Kofi Appiagyei, the first Black person to occupy the seat of President of the International Federation of Air Traffic Safety Electronics Association, also the director of the Ghana Civil Aviation Training Academy. If you are here, if you can give us a wave, please. Oh, great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here with us. It has been a very, very wonderful session. Just a few quick announcements before I also say a quick thank you. So after here, we are moving on for our health break and also provide some time for us to go and look at the exhibition on the 3rd floor. So for our snacks, we have rooftop main like yesterday. We go to rooftop main or rooftop annex, and there's also a small space on the 3rd floor, but mindful that the space downstairs is not as big. So please, I encourage us to go to rooftop main and rooftop annex as well. And repeating again, for those of our colleagues and friends going back to Accra, at the end of today, the bus will be available for you to go to Accra. So please just report to the lobby for that. So yes, thank you very much for this wonderful wine session. We continue again at 12:15 for our industry presentations. So it only gives us 45 minutes, so please let's be mindful of time. We're a bit behind, but noting that our presentations were so wonderful, we couldn't cut them short. They were really worth it. So please let's have a shorter lunch break and reconvene. Sorry, health break, forgive me, health break, and reconvene at 12:15 for the industry presentations. But Engineer Harold, I can't help myself. Please, my sisters and mothers over there, they have to sing one more time. Yeah, yeah, ma. Please help me. Yeah, yeah, ma. Yeah, yeah, ma. Yeah, ma. Mama cry. Yes, yeah, me Kobe. Yeah, yeah, ma. Yeah, yeah, ma. Mama cry. Yes, yeah, me Kobe.
International delegates part of the council members here.
Oh, they are going down.
Here to the 3rd.
Oh, you see
and then the rest.
Okay.
We just
I'll leave you to say it. Okay.
No, no, say it.
Okay. Thank you. Wow, that's amazing. And for the benefit of our friends not from Ghana, just noting that the song is saying that we are women. Where men go, we can also go. So please, our council
This is my third or fourth engineering conference that I've attended, and every year comes with new things that we learn every time we come for these conferences. There is always a lot of opportunities with respect to learning from all the colleagues in the different industries, and we are able to apply this knowledge in our field of work.
My challenge to engineers up and coming engineers, even the old engineers, is to the old engineers can mentor young engineers, but the young engineers should consider the agriculture value chain as a potential area that they want to get involved in.
This is my third or fourth engineering conference that I've attended, and every year comes with new things that we learn every time we come for these conferences. There is always a lot of opportunities with respect to learning from all the colleagues in the different industries, and we are able to apply this knowledge in our field of work.
My challenge to engineers up and coming engineers, even the old engineers, is to the old engineers can mentor young engineers, but the young engineers should consider the agriculture value chain as a potential area that they want to get involved in.
my third or fourth engineering conference that I've attended, and every year comes with new things that we learn every time we come for these conferences. There is always a lot of opportunities with respect to learning from all the colleagues in the different industries, and we are able to apply this knowledge in our field of work.
My challenge to engineers up and coming engineers, and even the old engineers, is to the old engineers can mentor young engineers, but the young engineers should consider the agriculture value chain as a potential area that they want to get involved in.
This is my third or fourth engineering conference that I've attended, and every year comes with new things that we learn every time we come for these conferences. There is always a lot of opportunities with respect to learning from all the colleagues in the different industries, and we are able to apply this knowledge in our field of work.
My challenge to engineers up and coming engineers, and even the old engineers, is to the old engineers can mentor young engineers, but the young engineers should consider the agriculture value chain as a potential area that they want to get involved in.
This is my third or fourth engineering conference that I've attended, and every year comes with new things that we learn every time we come for these conferences. There is always a lot of opportunities with respect to learning from all the colleagues in the different industries, and we are able to apply this knowledge in our field of work.
My challenge to engineers up and coming engineers, and even the old engineers, is to the old engineers can mentor young engineers, but the young engineers should consider the agriculture value chain as a potential area that they want to get involved in.
This is my third or fourth engineering conference that I've attended, and every year comes with new things that we learn every time we come for these conferences. There is always a lot of opportunities with respect to learning from all the colleagues in the different industries, and we are able to apply this knowledge in our field of work.
My challenge to engineers up and coming engineers, and even the old engineers, is to the old engineers can mentor young engineers, but the young engineers should consider the agriculture value chain as a potential area that they want to get involved in.
My president wants to speak, so that's not part of the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Registrar, for the presentation. I must say I'm pleased to see that the plans that FAO has are also mentioned in your program, which means that there's always constant allocation and monitoring of how far we are going. We are indeed moving in that direction, and it is encouraging to see that it is part of your plan. It would be remiss of me not to ask about an aspect of inspecting the work that is done by engineering professionals across all board after having seen this building on its own. I do think we do need to talk about it. I do think if there are gaps in some of the things that we do, let's identify them and let's find a way. This is embarrassing for all of us, and we are all here. So let's talk about the elephant in the room, and let's see how we are going with that. Thank you.
Any question, President? So this is also not part of it. I want my practitioners.
Yes, we are practitioners. I just want to say that it's quite clear from what the registrar said about registration and licensing that the law, the way it stands, requires that the practitioners go through a licensed body. But it does not necessarily say that the firms and educational units and programs should come through the licensed bodies. So it gives a certain freedom for the firms and others to go straight to the licensed bodies. But I'm also happy that he also said that the expectation that the firms and the educational units can associate with any of the licensed bodies is also allowed, and they can pass their registration through us. And I'm just taking this advantage of this and asking the firms and educational units within us that we are still the primary and most respected licensed body in town. We want to create a situation, especially the educational units, where even registering with GHI as is required by our constitution has not been done by most of them. There are some of them sitting on our council, but their institutions have not properly registered with us. We are urging that they regularize that so that we can quickly also put them on the register of the engineering council. So please, let's do it quickly and let's make ourselves relevant. But there were three things that you spoke about, and I just want to urge that as your subcommittees and things put things together, there should be a formal process of consultation with the LCs before these things are taken. Because, for instance, if you want to have a unified code of ethics, it's okay. We know our members are involved in getting these things done. But officially, our councils and things should be aware and make an input generally before these things are put on websites as unified and things. Because we have sometimes some of these things will require that we change what is in our constitution. And things like that. So it's important that we go through that due process so that we are not surprised one day that the oath that our people swear when they are being inducted, all of a sudden we go to the website and the EC tells us that they didn't take the right oath. We should be aware so that when we are making the changes, we also be seen to be making these changes willingly. So I think that element of consultation should be in your mind, so that we go through the due process before these things become law that we have to live with. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? Okay, let's take these two questions and then we'll close. 1, 2. Yes. To the right. Yes. You can get up.
Please, to the point, brief.
Yeah, I'm Nana Sapon, Ajama Bedouin Petroleum Commission. And I want to know, with respect to the companies and firms, the list that you provided, is there any interaction with Registrar General as to, those companies who put in the kind of work they are about to do when they are registering? So if there's some collaboration with Registrar General, you can get them to also alert them, because I'm very sure a lot of them are not aware that they need to register with the council as well before they practice. Yeah.
Registrar General.
Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm happy about what the lady said about the building. I want to say, and I was just telling my senior Domingo that since I started coming to GHI meetings, conferences, I realized we never keep to time. But I believe that some of these things we are trying to do should start with us. And I remember just before we started this session, Harold was saying that people are still wasting time in coming. And I believe if we say we are starting at 8 and there are 2 people here and we start, it's going to get us to subsequently to start keeping to time. And I believe that some of these things we want to achieve through the Engineering Council and other things, if we are able to start some of these petty things, it's going to help us to become more disciplined. Because I think engineering is supposed to be like military. And the more disciplined we are, the better everything will change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's a last one.
Okay, so I'm just a bit curious and interested in the exam, how it's going to be done, especially now that we are having 2 different bodies taking one exam. And let me narrow down to maybe civil. So civil is such that we have geotech, we have structures, we have roads. So in undertaking the exam, is it going to be in those disciplines? Then in terms of issuing license, are they going to be in those disciplines, or is it also going to be general? So how is the exam going to be run?
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Refue's concern. Okay, so inspection is part of, we have the mandate to also inspect works that are being carried out to ensure that they are done properly and they are safe. But then we have the local government service that is in charge of permitting for construction and all that. And they, in their law, have, officers who are supposed to be doing these routine inspections. So the council is collaborating with them to do that. And so some of these things that we have seen, we cannot be everywhere all the time, but then we are going to draw their attention to some of these things that we've noticed here, especially here in Ho. We'll talk to the engineers involved, and then we'll make sure the right thing is being done. They are performing their mandate as it's required of them, so that we will not be seeing some of these things in the future. Now, the Registrar General, yes, we have a collaboration with them. We've written to them to alert them of what the law requires. And so if anybody is registered already, some people are already registered, fine. But if they are going to renew their registration, they should ensure that they have been registered by the Engineering Council if it's an engineering firm. And we've had that discussion with the previous Registrar General, but now there's a new person, so we also intend to engage that new person again and have this discussion with the person. But that is the intent. if you are already registered, every year you are supposed to renew your registration as a firm. And so if you are going to renew your registration as part of the requirements, if you are an engineering firm, then you should have gone to the engineering council and have your license, or you should have been registered by the engineering council and you have a certificate. And then I think you were talking of the 2 LBs and the engineering firms, how we can get them. Okay, it's a comment. I think the other one is about the consultation on the ethics. Okay, yes. I mean, that one will be done. Rest assured. Before we publish those documents on our website, we will send it to the 2 LBs to also give their final blessing to it. We know your members are on the committees that are reviewing it, but we'll bring it to you so that you send it to your councils, and your councils will give the final blessing. Okay. The examination, okay, yeah. The harmonized exams. Well, the details will be put out. Okay, you get to know how we are going to do it. But the essence is that we don't want IE to administer a different examination for a professional, a civil engineer. GHI also administers a different one for a civil engineer. You know, we want the same, them all to be on the same platform. We are examining them on the same platform. And so the examination will be standard. It doesn't mean that it will be administered directly by us, but it's a standard exam. It will be computerized. I mean, the details will come out, but it will not be too different. If you look at what happens in other jurisdictions, let's say even in the US, okay, the way they administer the exams, it's a similar process that we are adapting. And so we are putting the details together, we'll publish it, and everybody will be comfortable with what will come out. You can come here.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think for us as GHI, this is a very important thing. So important for us. Because the rap on the market is that GHI, we are so stringent, people who want an easy way go to the other people. And so this is very important for us, because whilst we are looking for high standards, other people are not looking for that high standards. So if the EC standardizes the examination, we believe probably it cannot be lower than what we do. That's what I'm saying, because what we are doing, the standard could be higher. So we should welcome this as a very good thing. If you hear some anecdotal stories about how people get their certification from the other people, you'll be surprised. People can acquire certificates in a day and go for an interview.
On this note, I have to stop him because okay. So let me thank you all for being here and listening to us. The Engineering Council, our aim is to ensure that we have the highest standard of professionalism being exhibited by all practitioners in this country. And these are the things that we are going to do. And we need all of you, your support, for us to be able to achieve that. Now you realize that on the certificates, we try to put your, what do you call it? Qualification or category that you are supposed to practice in on the certificate. We are developing a document that will also clarify clearly, if you're a civil engineer, the various categories. Now we have 4, civil, mechanical, and all that, but we are coming up with specializations that will define, the exact specialty that you are in and what you are supposed to do. So your certificate will specify that. And then you also have a QR code there. When you scan the QR code, it will even give you further details, so that we don't have people, thinking that because I have the certificate, I can do anything. No, you are restricted to what you have been qualified for. So that will come out. That the document will be there, so you will know what your competency is and what you are supposed to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Registrar. I was standing behind him, I wasn't moved at all. So, in line with that, if you're a member of the Ghana Institution of Engineering and you are not up to date with your subscription, there's a desk open right now on the ground floor. Go and make good your subscription. Thank you very much. I hope everybody here is in good standing. I won't ask us to raise our hands. College of Engineering, the QR code, you see it for the survey. You go out, you see it over there. Our final presentation, brief, MPA, 5 minutes. We have Prosper Kojo Olympio. If you can do less, we'll be very happy. Regional Manager of MPA, National Petroleum Authority, standing in for the CEO of the National Petroleum Authority. Mr. Prospero Kojo Olympio, the floor is yours.
Thank you all. As he mentioned, good afternoon to all, and my name is Prospero Kojo Olympio, the Regional Manager for National Petroleum Authority. The Chief Executive was supposed to be here. He is a special guest of honor. I was on a special assignment in Hohoi, and in fact, he held this program in a high esteem. He wanted to be here, but unfortunately, other equal important activities held him down. So I was just called upon to represent him, and I have to rush here. So it's an impromptu thing for me to be here, but I will share the little we have. So the Engineering Council, distinguished guests, dignitaries, government agencies, I stand on all existing protocols. I humbly stand here to represent my Chief Executive once more, Godwin, in the name Godwin Eduji Tamaklo. We regretfully missed this we missed this important occasion, but I'm here to cover up for him. I will say that MPA is a downstream petroleum regulator who relies heavily on engineers to manage refinery, distribution, marketing of fuels like gasoline and diesel. Given the country's lack of large-scale domestic refinery capacity and dependence on import, engineers ensure efficient operations and amid competitive market with over 180 licensed oil marketing companies. Ghana's sector growth is driven by private oil marketing companies, such as the Goal Total and what have you. Demands engineers for depot management, safety, compliance, and sustainability upgrades. I will say that it's on the heart of the Chief Executive that environmental sustainability is key to him. In fact, since he assumed the office, he has actually done a lot to promote engineering within the downstream sector. There have also been a lot of programs and improvement for engineers within the national authority. And I will say that when I look at the team for today, engineering the food security and sustainable agriculture value chain, our policy department is researching heavily into natural gas that will ensure that petroleum product is the key link which supplies hydrogen and energy for ammonia and nitrogen fertilizer production. Petroleum product-derived chemicals and fuels also supply activities, transport, power, and packaging. Thus, the oil and gas sector is tightly connected to fertilizer manufacturing and prices and environmental footprints. So, if once we are researching into this sector, we acknowledge that sustainability will become key to the authority and is on the heart of the Chief Executive. I must say that our speech today is very short because of the happenings. Thank you all, and I will say that over the years, having been with the authority for more than a decade, I've realized that engineering is very key. I believe that some of my lecturers are here. After pursuing several degrees and master's program, I decided to take upon myself to go back to school to pursue engineering, which was very tough. I just completed this year, and I must say that you are doing very well. Thank you. Thank you very much, and God bless all engineers in Ghana. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, National Petroleum Authority. And I'm really glad that you had the opportunity, and we thank your Chief Executive in advance. And we are thanking him in advance for our upcoming conference next year, when we will be coming to him, to a sector that is very close to his heart, and we're expecting you to be one of our headline sponsors. Thank you so much in advance. And I want to take this opportunity to say a massive thank you to all our speakers. We want to acknowledge you all at the same time because of time. So all those that spoke, I'll call your name, and I'll let our past president, Engineer Dr. Kwame Boakye, come and help me do this presentation of this award. So if I can call Engineer Bedu to come on the stage, can I call Engineer Professor S.I.K. Ampadu on the stage, and Volta River Authority, so we can give you all these certificates at the same time. Engineer Dr. Kwame Boakye will give the certificates on our behalf. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that educative presentation by KNUST. I'm telling KNUST to watch their back very closely, because Academic City, we are coming like fire. KNUST is doing a 10-year strategic plan. We are doing 3 years. We are changing every 3 years. So we are coming like fire, but we acknowledge our seniors. Engineer Bedu. Yeah, thank you so much. You've already got points towards. And last but certainly not, the Volta River Authority. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, so if you join Dr. Kwame Boakye, and we'll take a group picture very quickly. Dr. Kwame Boakye, after this, the pictures, if you can stay behind for me very quickly. I'm beginning to see that engineers will like taking pictures now. It has to be seen. All right, fantastic. Thank you so much. Yes, Dr. Kwame Boakye, if you can come and stand next to me here. Just before we go, we want to take an opportunity. So let's have a look at that screen.
An icon as engineer Dr. Kwame Boakye turns 80. For over 5 decades, he has been a pioneering force in telecommunications and ICT. He began at AT&T Bell Laboratories and rose to Chief Technology Officer roles at AT&T Paradigm and Harris Corporation in the United States of America. He later returned to Ghana and headed the Computer Science Department at the University of Ghana. He founded the Computing Association of Ghana and served as the president of the Ghana Institution of Engineers. And he chaired the committee that produced the Landmark Engineering Council Regulation LI 2410. A fellow of the Ghana Institution of Engineering and recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award in Engineering Sustainable Development. He continues to serve as executive chairman of He continues to serve as the executive chairman of Eco Informatics while mentoring the next generation. Engineer Dr. Kwame Boakye's life embodies excellence, integrity, and selfless service to Ghana and Africa. Kindly, shall we all rise as the Ghana Institution of Engineering warmly wishes Engineer Dr. Kwame Boakye a very happy 80th birthday. May your wisdom continue to guide us for many more years. Today,
and one of my own personal favorites, we have individual excellence but group. On that note, let us join and let's sing a happy birthday to our dear Engineer Dr. Kwame Boakye. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. May God bless you now. 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 Hip, hip, hip. Hooray. Hip, hip, hip. Hooray.
Hip, hip. Hip, hip.
Difference don't laser. Happy birthday, Engineer Dr. Kwame Boakye. 80 is no mean feat. And on that note, anyone who wants to take a picture with him, we can do, but we're just about to break for lunch. We are going for lunch where we had lunch yesterday. Remember, in your bags, you had 2 vouchers. One was for yesterday, one is for today. You are going back to the exact same ate at. So for my council members, international delegates, past presidents, okay, please look on your ticket to it. It has the name of the register and the restaurant you have been assigned. So those of you that are going, some are going to rooftop main, some are going to rooftop annex, and then we have some going. The international delegates and council members are going to restaurant Inyo. So the time now is 2:06. Please, let's be back in 45 minutes so that we can start to pull back our time. That is 2:06. And for those of you, please, before we go out, please, everybody, attention, please. How many of you want to go to a nightclub tonight? Okay, there will be a nightclub happening here at Volta Serene at 8 p.m. But please go and grab some lunch and we'll share some more information with you.
That's right. Thank you. And for the KUST survey, the QR code is up on the stage. And for the very first time, I've seen Dr. Kwame Boakye blushing.
In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri power plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATPS), signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana-grade company Gridco Technical Study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power in the country. The Volta River Authority (VRA) took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuadze in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 560 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATPS) stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with the capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATBS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATBS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri power plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station ATBS, signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company Gridco technical study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority (VRA) took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting, and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuadze in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 560 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved, and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation, and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with the capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATPS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATPS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri power plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATPS), signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company Gridco technical study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority (VRA) took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting, and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly, and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard, and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuate in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 5 60 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved, and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuate through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation, and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with a capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATPS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATPS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri power plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATPS), signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company Gridco technical study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority (VRA) took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting, and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly, and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard, and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuate in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 5 60 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved, and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETN 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation, and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with the capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATPS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATPS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri power plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATPS), signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company Gridco technical study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority (VRA) took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting, and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly, and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard, and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuate in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 5 60 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved, and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuate through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation, and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with a capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATPS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATPS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri power plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATPS), signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company Gridco technical study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority (VRA) took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, The VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting, and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly, and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard, and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuadze in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 560 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved, and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETN 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation, and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with the capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATPS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATPS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri power plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATPS), signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy, and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company Gridco technical study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority VRA took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuadze in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 5 60 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATBS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with a capacity to generate 150 megawatts and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATBS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATBS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri power plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATBS), signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana-grade company Gridco Technical Study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority (VRA) took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuadze in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 560 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATBS) stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation, and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with the capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATBS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATBS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri power plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATBS), signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company Gridco technical study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority (VRA) took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting, and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuadze in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 560 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled, preserved, and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETN 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation, and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with the capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATPS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATPS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri power plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATPS), signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company Gridco technical study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority (VRA) took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting, and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly, and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard, and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuate in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 5 60 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant were carefully dismantled preserved and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Awomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated in a moment of national pride. The Awomaso Thermal Power Station, ATPS, stands not only as a structure but also as a testament to Ghana's resilience, innovation, and commitment to progress. What was once an idea is now a fully operational power station with a capacity to generate 150 megawatts of electricity and an additional 100 megawatts, also to be soon relocated, totaling 250 megawatts when the second phase of the project is completed. As the turbines of the ATPS power station spin, they power not just machines, but the dreams of the Ghanaian engineering spirit. This is more than a power plant. It's a symbol of Ghana's potential, a symbol of harmonic collaboration among Ghanaian institutions, a symbol of visionary leadership, and a monument representing the deeds of an empowered people. The ATPS is a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets courage and a nation unites behind a brighter tomorrow. In the heart of Ghana's power landscape, a monumental shift is underway. The relocation of the erstwhile Ameri power plant, now named Awomaso Thermal Power Station (ATPS), signifies not only the installation of an engineering infrastructure, but also a transformation in vision and capability by engineers from the Volta River Authority (VRA). Sanctioned by the Ministry of Energy and propelled by recommendations from a Ghana grid company Gridco technical study, this project responds to a pressing need: the improvement in reliability and quality of power supply in Greater Kumasi and the northern parts of the country, along with a significant reduction in the amount of electricity lost in the transmission of power to consumers in the country. The Volta River Authority (VRA) took on this task, understanding it as more than just another project and seeing it as a historic national mission. It is a narrative of Ghanaian expertise rising up to meet the nation's demands. Through its own internally generated funds, the VRA in the middle of 2023 completed the licensing, permitting, and relevant studies required to commence the relocation of the 250 megawatt power plant. They then went ahead and procured a contractor to start preparing the grounds in Kumasi to receive the equipment. After several stakeholder engagements and with support from the Ministry of Energy, VRA's management made a bold decision in July 2023 to entrust the entire decommissioning, relocation, reassembly, and commissioning of General Electric manufactured power generating units, switchyard, and gas interconnection facilities into the hands of VRA's in-house engineering professionals. For the first time in history, Ghanaian engineers would lead the charge. Decommissioning a massive 250 megawatt power plant located in Abuadze in the western region and then meticulously transporting and reassembling it in Kumasi marked a turning point, a testament to capability and confidence, a truly brave and historic endeavor for the nation. The VRA project team set out to immediately decommission 6 of the GE power generation units, including Generation 7 aeroderivative gas turbines, gas receiving stations, medium voltage and low voltage switchgears, emergency diesel generators, a 7-bay diameter switchyard, and 5 60 MVA transformers. The associated gas supply infrastructure system was also decommissioned. With each passing day, the various aspects of the power plant.
Welcome to Fabri Metal. Our range of products include Fab 500 TNT rebars and merchant bars manufactured according to the highest standards of quality, strength, safety, and durability. Fabri Metal Ghana is currently in the process of commissioning new facilities by incorporating new technologies. Expanding our market reach, regional growth, and presence, currently we are one of the leading steel manufacturers on the African continent, with over 7 factories maintaining our position.
Farming has always depended on one thing: rain. For many farmers, unpredictable rainfall means uncertainty, low yields, and lost opportunities. That's why the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority is transforming agriculture through modern irrigation. Through the development of irrigation schemes and the rehabilitation of existing systems, GIDA is helping farmers grow more food all year round. By ensuring reliable water access, we are increasing crop yields, improving livelihoods, and strengthening Ghana's food security. GIDA promotes sustainable water management and climate-resilient agriculture while strengthening food security through innovative irrigation solutions, farmer engagement, and strategic partnerships that advance agricultural productivity and rural livelihoods. Through the development of modern irrigation schemes, the rehabilitation of existing systems, and support for smallholder and commercial farmers, GIDA is transforming Ghana's agricultural landscape. The authority works closely with farming communities, development partners, and the private sector to ensure efficient water use, improved crop yields, and year-round farming. Committed to innovation, capacity building, and inclusive agricultural growth, GIDA continues to champion irrigation as a critical driver of national development, economic stability, and resilience in the face of climate change. Together with stakeholders across the agricultural value chain, GIDA is cultivating a future where reliable water access empowers farmers, strengthens communities, and secures Ghana's food systems for generations to come. Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, powering climate-resilient agriculture and securing the future of farming in Ghana. In Ghana, farming has always depended on one thing: rain. For many farmers, unpredictable rainfall means uncertainty, low yields, and lost opportunities. That's why the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority is transforming agriculture through modern irrigation. Through the development of irrigation schemes and the rehabilitation of existing systems, GIDA is helping farmers grow more food all year round. By ensuring reliable water access, we are increasing crop yields, improving livelihoods, and strengthening Ghana's food security. JIDA promotes sustainable water management and climate-resilient agriculture while strengthening food security through innovative irrigation solutions, farmer engagement, and strategic partnerships that advance agricultural productivity and rural livelihoods. Through the development of modern irrigation schemes, the rehabilitation of existing systems, and support for smallholder and commercial farmers, JIDA is transforming Ghana's agricultural landscape. The authority works closely with farming communities, development partners, and the private sector to ensure efficient water use, improved crop yields, and year-round farming. Committed to innovation, capacity building, and inclusive agricultural growth, JIDA continues to champion irrigation as a critical driver of national development, economic stability, and resilience in the face of climate change. Together with stakeholders across the agricultural value chain, JIDA is cultivating a future where reliable water access empowers farmers, strengthens communities, and secures Ghana's food systems for generations to come. Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, powering climate-resilient agriculture and securing the future of farming in Ghana. In Ghana, farming has always depended on one thing: rain. For many farmers, unpredictable rainfall means uncertainty, low yields, and lost opportunities. That's why the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority is transforming agriculture through modern irrigation. Through the development of irrigation schemes and the rehabilitation of existing systems, JIDA is helping farmers grow more food all year round. By ensuring reliable water access, we are increasing crop yields, improving livelihoods, and strengthening Ghana's food security. JIDA promotes sustainable water management and climate-resilient agriculture while strengthening food security through innovative irrigation solutions, farmer engagement, and strategic partnerships that advance agricultural productivity and rural livelihoods. Through the development of modern irrigation schemes, the rehabilitation of existing systems, and support for smallholder and commercial farmers, JIDA is transforming Ghana's agricultural landscape. The authority works closely with farming communities, development partners, and the private sector to ensure efficient water use, improved crop yields, and year-round farming. Committed to innovation, capacity building, and inclusive agricultural growth, JIDA continues to champion irrigation as a critical driver of national development, economic stability, and resilience in the face of climate change. Together with stakeholders across the agricultural value chain, JIDA is cultivating a future where reliable water access empowers farmers, strengthens communities, and secures Ghana's food systems for generations to come. Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, powering climate-resilient agriculture and securing the future of farming in Ghana.
Welcome to Fabri Metal. Our range of products include Fab 500 TNT rebars and merchant bars manufactured according to the highest standards of quality, strength, safety, and durability. Fabri Metal Ghana is currently in the process of commissioning new facilities by incorporating new technologies. Expanding our market reach, regional growth, and presence, currently we are one of the leading steel manufacturers on the African continent, with over 7 factories maintaining our position. Welcome to Fabri Metal. Our range of products include Fab 500 TNT rebars and merchant bars manufactured according to the highest standards of quality, strength, safety, and durability. Fabri Metal Ghana is currently in the process of commissioning new facilities by incorporating new technologies. Expanding our market reach, regional growth, and presence, currently we are one of the leading steel manufacturers on the African continent, with over 7 factories maintaining our position. Welcome to Fabri Metal. Our range of products include Fab 500 TNT rebars and merchant bars manufactured according to the highest standards of quality, strength, safety, and durability. Fabri Metal Ghana is currently in the process of commissioning new facilities by incorporating new technologies. Expanding our market reach, regional growth, and presence, currently we are one of the leading steel manufacturers on the African continent with over 7 factories maintaining our position.
Were carefully dismantled, preserved, and prepared for a new chapter in the Ashanti region. Barge Freight, another Ghanaian company, worked with the VRA team on the monumental task of transporting the massive and highly sensitive generation equipment. The long convoys were escorted by a well-coordinated security team from the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service, ensuring safety and security during the 287-kilometer journey from Abuadze through Cape Coast, Yamaransa, and then finally to Abomaso in Kumasi. Imagine the scene: colossal generators being carefully transported across the nation, a testament to meticulous planning and unwavering determination. Every milestone achieved brought Ghana closer to completing the project. On September 11, 2023, the reassembly of the GETM 2500 power generating units and the associated auxiliaries commenced. This was followed by the reinstallation of switchyard equipment, transformers, and gas supply infrastructure. Days, nights, weeks, and months of tireless work culminated in a moment
to get the people to reduce their presentations because time was running. And I hope the registrar is not here. He was intimidating us, telling us he's going to withdraw our certificates. So we went longer than expected. And so we are way behind schedule now. Our first presentation after lunch, and please, if we try to sleep, the exercise we did writing GHIE, we'll do another one, but it will be more difficult. So let's try to keep awake. I hope you are with me. Yes, okay, so our first presentation after lunch break is Irrigation Development for Agriculture Transformation in Ghana. And it is by Engineer Eric Samuel Edudankwa, who is the CEO of the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we invite the CEO.
Good afternoon. Yes. As he mentioned, I'm going to present to you on the subject irrigation development for agriculture transformation in Ghana. Before I start, just last Monday, the Monday we just passed, there was an announcement by Burkina. No export of tomatoes to Ghana. There's a ban to further notice. And we all understand what it means. Just Monday. And I'm aware that Ghana is one of the countries which consume tomatoes very much. Yes. And if you look at the food security, crops, tomato is one of them, and the vegetables. You have tomatoes, you have pepper, you have onions. And then when you go to the cereals, also you have rice, you have maize, and then the tubers, yam, and the others, cassava. So there is a ban on importation of tomatoes, or not imported, but export of tomatoes to Ghana by Burkina. What do we do? Are we going to stop eating tomatoes? If not, then what must we do? And that is where irrigation development comes in view. I'm going to, it's not good, thank you. I'm going to talk about the agricultural landscape. Oh, thank you. I did not see that one there. The agricultural landscape in Ghana, and also our mission and mandate as an authority. And then we'll look at typology, some key statistics, and then technological gaps and food insecurity. Then strategic pillars in irrigation development, cost recovery, and collaboration opportunities, and then the way forward. But as we move on, I may touch on issues that may not be on the slide. So I'll indulge with everyone to be very attentive. Good. Agriculture employs about 40% of our labor workforce. The rainfall pattern in Ghana is unimodal, bimodal in the south and unimodal in the north. And even where we have the bimodal patterns, or both, we also have dry spells, periods within which, in the rainy season, periods within which, beyond 3 weeks to 1 month, 6 weeks, there will be no rainfall. And then the crops are, harmed during those periods. You experience low yields. Irrigation is the single most reliable strategy to de-risk agriculture, because when you do it, you have water available at all times for the venture. As Ghana Irrigation Authority, we have the mandate to promote agricultural growth through the provision of irrigation facilities, and now also to regulate the subsector, look at the players there, and then provide regulation for them. Now, for GIDA, in the 1960s, it was a land use and planning and soil conservation unit under MOFA. And then 64, it was upgraded to Irrigation Reclamation Drainage Division. And then 74, it became a department, still under MOFA. And then in 77, the SM Decree 85 was passed. So the department became an authority. And now we want to also transform and then do more regulation than implementation. Now the vision is to become the leader in development, promotion, and utilization of water available resources for agriculture. It's very long. But if in summary, we'll say that accounting for every drop of water for agricultural production. And our mission is also as it is. Now we have an organogram. I'm taking my time to go through this so that when you understand the subsector very well. That is the organogram which we are working with now, which also will be reviewed very soon because it's not meeting the challenges that is in the subsector. Now we have 3 zones, or we've divided the country into 3 zones where we have our presence. The northern zone, the office is at Tamale, and then we also have the middle belt, which is at Techimai, and then Greater Accra is the southern zone. We have regional offices in some of the regions, not all. The northern regions, we have Tamale, we have Upper West, we have Upper East. When you come to Techimai also, we have an office there, and also the south, we have Cape Coast and then Ho, and that ends it. Now, we have a total area, land area as a country, 23.9 million hectares. That's the land size. And the potential for irrigation is 1.9 million hectares. These figures were done so many years ago. We need to update it. And then the current area under irrigation is about 12% of the 1.9 million hectares. And under formal irrigation, we have about 189 plus schemes. And these schemes are made up of public schemes. They are made up of community managed schemes, schemes that are managed by the communities. If you go to the north, we have some small dams scattered there with the downstream developed for irrigation. And the schemes, those schemes are managed by the communities. So we don't have JIDA presence there. And then also, we have schemes that are managed directly by JIDA. Pond irrigation scheme is one of them, Esuchare, which is about 4,000 hectares. We also have Weta, we have Botanga, and then some other schemes. And then ICOR is also there. ICOR was set up, JIDA was in charge. When JIDA was moved to be a department under JIDA, then ICOR was formed to take care of Tono and Via. Now this is the problem space and irrigation development. And at a glance, you can see that you agree with me that is a very, 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 very complex area. Very, very, very complex. I will not go into detail, but touch on a few of them so that for the sake of time. Water supply is there, where we have the scheduling, you have the designs, you have climate and all that, private sector participation and all that. They are all there. If you go to institutions and governance, if you go to institutions and governance, we have the management capacity of the institution as JIDA. and then also responsibilities, clear responsibilities of the various players in the field, and then the technical know-how, and then also experience of smallholder farmers. We also have supply chain issues, finance issues, market access. You have land and political access issues. And for land, we can put up the best irrigation scheme, well designed by engineers. But if you don't do your homework well, it will not be used. We've experienced some in Upper West. Very beautiful, not knowing, and the people agreed. Not knowing the land belonged to one faction. So after completing, that faction said, no way. And nobody dared use it. It was about 10 hectares for the community. So there are issues. The land tenure system is also an issue that if you don't do due diligence, then you may have your schemes not used. Yes. Now, some barriers which are also carved out from these problems that I outlined in the subsector. Then the solutions: expand irrigation coverage. We need to scale up former schemes. Also, we need to develop new ones. Then the target, 20% of 1.9 hectares. We need to increase to this, or maybe beyond. And then also prioritize smallholder inclusion. It is a school of thought agreed that commercial farmers will help when it comes to irrigation development. Because commercial farmers, they have the money to operate and maintain, or to pay for and ensure sustainability of these schemes. But believe you me, it's true. But commercial farmers also have the tendency to fold up when they wish. So they can go into the production of other crops. But when it comes to food security crops, the smallholders are the best bet. Now, how do we handle the smallholders in such a way that they behave like commercial farmers? That is something on the table that we are still thinking about. Now, we also have dams, we have reservoir systems, weirs, and all that to store water for use. And then our systems, we have gravity, and then pump also systems. Now we are exploring groundwater. If you listen to the news frequently, you hear solar-powered boreholes all around for vegetable production. We are doing a lot there. What we are not doing much is rain harvesting techniques. Maybe techniques that we can use to harvest rain, in the house for backyard gardening and all that. These are things that maybe as engineers you need to look at. And then technology and innovation. Because we wanted to promote, high irrigation service charge promotion, we decided to modernize our schemes by automating, the water supply systems. And we have not succeeded. There are also challenges. For some of them, because they were solar powered, some of the panels were stolen. Some of the farmers, when they see that they are not getting water, by the next morning, you go and the whole structure is taken off or destroyed. So it's not, when we are looking at irrigation development, it's not very smooth. You have a lot of work to do when it comes to the social aspect of it. Now, we need more funding in the subsector. We are trying to look at PPPs, but the framework for irrigation PPP is also not, it's a gray area which we need to look at. Donors and also blended financing is also some of the things that we look at. And then farmer-based cost recovery, which I personally will go in for. So that government will develop the scheme, because the headworks are expensive. Maybe a dam or a pump system that will pump water to irrigate, let's say, 1,000 hectares, 2,000 or 2,250 hectares. The cost is huge, it's beyond the farmers. But government can do that with the conveyance system, and then the farmers can now pay for the infield water application systems. And then also smart water management systems. These are technologies that we can look at. Now, for the pillars, we go a little bit, we dive a little bit deep. When it comes to new schemes, we have many, many projects on the drawing board which are waiting for funding. And Awate, Lonto, Sherry, and Kafaba, they are all there. If you combine it with the 24-hour economy vision to irrigate about 2 million hectares around the Volta, where we pump the water for the irrigation. They are all around the Volta. And then also we are looking at 250 solar-powered boreholes that will be funded by the World Bank through FSRP. And then the rehabilitation and modernization of some of, we have Weta, we have Otanga, and then we have Tan or so. On the table also, we're thinking of developing about 400 hectares for tomato production at Techima, Akumadan. Yes, Akumadan irrigation scheme. So it's also something on the drawing board waiting for funding. And we are also envisaging that we get a big scheme, maybe about 1,000 hectares for tomato production only. Then where the market women go there, they can load all their trucks and then come back to Accra and sell. So that is the vision. That is the vision. Now, when you come on expansion, when you come to the expansion, we have some ongoing projects. Yes, at our front plains, that is the center pivot systems. We have 2 areas, Echiamanfro and then Kunedu. Echiamanfro is 250, Kunedu is about 900, but it has capacity of irrigating about 1,400 hectares. And then also, the picture you see there, this one, they are the ongoing rehabilitation works at a irrigation scheme. The maps there, you see some sites that are potential, and then some of the sites are the ongoing projects, and others who are existing projects that we have. Now, the different typologies, fine, we have pump schemes, we have the drip systems, and then water, how do you call it? The drip systems, we also have spray tubes and all that, very efficient systems. And then the center pivots, which I've mentioned, they are all there. And then the technology, I think I've mentioned them already. Solar-powered borehole, that's the headworks with the solar. And then also we have some solar-powered for monitoring, that like regulating the water flow. Regulating the water flow. There are pictures just to show us. Now, current financing models. We have some donors. Quaker is one of them, JICA is one, EU, government, budgets. We have some World Bank also funding our projects. volumetric charging, tariffs, and then because of time, I need to move fast. I've mentioned these ones already. And then conclusion. Irrigation truly is the way forward. Irrigation development is more than an engineering activity. If you are not careful, you think that once you mention irrigation development, oh, we need engineers to design this, construct, supervise, and all that. But there are other issues that ensures its utilization and sustainability. And we are committed as an authority to making sure that our schemes work so that we can have more tomatoes on the market, we can have more rice, and then you can also have more maize. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's do it better for Ghana Irrigation Development Authority. We're not taking questions now because of how we are far behind schedule, as we already mentioned. So we'll take our next presentation quickly, Climate Smart Fruit Value Chains for Resilient and Inclusive Growth in Ghana. And we have Dr. Akwesi Edupoku. How long? How long?
10 minutes.
So, 10 minutes maximum.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much, Program Director. Okay, all right, good. Good afternoon, colleagues. Yeah, before I start, let me begin with this simple thought. So the next time you find yourself in Europe, go to the supermarket and then you pick a snack of sliced and dried pineapple or mango. There is a higher probability that that fruit you are consuming started its journey in a small farm in Ghana. But behind this journey is a story of a farmer facing climate change, declining soil fertility, and lower yields, which is translating into lower revenues. My name is Akwesi Edupoku, and I'm excited to present to you my ongoing project on climate smart fruit value chains for resilient and inclusive growth in Ghana. My presentation will go through the following outline. I'll talk to you about Swiss Contact, who we are, and the problem we are trying to solve, the approach, outputs, and then what this means for Ghana and beyond. I promise to keep it simple and hopefully interesting. So Swiss Contact is an international development organization. We also call it Swiss Foundation for Technical Cooperation, with what we call an entrepreneurial mindset. Okay, so we've been around since 1959 and was founded by these Swiss companies, some of which I believe you are probably familiar with. And from day one, our motto is simple. We say if it doesn't make business sense, then it probably won't last, right? Today, we are present in 41 different countries with about 140 active projects. And Ghana is actually the new kid on the block. We started operations in August 2024, just about 19 months ago. And the most important thing here is that we have local presence. So wherever we are, we work with local experts. So when we say we work locally in each country we are represented in, it means we really do, not working from Switzerland. In Ghana, our operation is structured around 3 different pillars. We have circular economy, renewable energy, and sustainable agriculture. And our vision is simple: to create opportunities, increase revenue, and build resilience in the private sector. All right, so the Seafruit project, like you can see, sits across the intersection of all 3 pillars, with biochar on the side of circular economy, with solar irrigation on the side of renewable energy, and regenerative agriculture. Also, active projects going on in this pillar is agroforestry skills and knowledge initiative for Ghana cocoa sector. We are also implementing a pilot community-based biochar production in Akusi, and we are working with Fung and Sustainalogy. Right, so what is Seafruit project? This is a 3-year running project we are implementing with HPW, which is a Swiss-based food processing company with its subsidiary in Ghana called HPW Fresh and Dry Fruit Limited, located at Adaiso in the Eastern region. And we are being funded by the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or DENIDA, and we are actively implementing this project in the Central, Western, Eastern, Bono, and the Volta regions, working with 3 commodities, that is mango, pineapple, and coconut. But the challenge really is Ghana's pomology sector has huge potential for economic growth and export diversification. However, it's underperforming, and this is because of climate variability, soil degradation, and limited access to technology, right? So while there is increasing demand, supply is struggling to keep up, okay? Now, HPW has already connected to about 1,400 smallholder farmers and employ about 1,500 people. But even with these systems in place, and again, the demand is actually driven by the increase on the European market for natural, traceable, and climate-smart food products, right? But even with this system in place, the farmers are still confronted with climate variability, declining soil erosion, and then also limited access to solar irrigation. So what we seek to achieve is to build climate resilient and inclusive opportunities for the food value chains, and also establish an agricultural system that supports sustainable livelihoods. And this would check the issues of climate variability, declining soil erosion, soil fertility, and then also create opportunities to the rural folks, especially to the women and the youth. So this slide really is the heart of the whole project, which shows how everything is interconnected. We're gonna start with improving the planting material that are used, biofuel production, solar irrigation, regenerative agriculture, carbon accounting, partnerships, inclusion, knowledge, and scale up, right? So think of this as a system, not isolated activities. And I'm going to run you through each of these outputs in a bit. All right, so for output 1, which is technically the foundation, we are going to make available improved planting material. So for pineapple, we're going to make available the smooth cayenne sucker, and for coconut, the hybrid coconut seedlings. Now we are selecting these 2 varieties because laboratory experiments have proven to show that these varieties are resilient to climate shocks in our part of the world. And we are also going to support farmers to establish pilot plots to multiply these planting materials and replicate it in other parts of Ghana. Now, moving on to biochar, we are going to train farmers to produce biochar from agricultural waste like coconut waste, coconut husk and shells, like old pineapple stock, and like pineapple, the mango prunings. These are the material that we are going to use to produce this biochar, which will be used as a soil amendment. So we know biochar is produced through pyrolysis process, which is a thermochemical conversion of biomass in an oxygen-depleted environment or system, which is the pyrolyzer or the kiln, to produce biochar, bio-oil, and syngas, right? So this biochar is carbon-rich substance, which when applied to the soil, improve the soil structure, soil fertility, and also for the moisture retention capabilities of the soil. Okay. Otherwise, if you leave these biomass materials on the ground to decompose, it is going to release carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, contributing to climate change. The next is the provision of solar-powered irrigation systems. I'm not going to talk about irrigation because of the previous presentation, but the challenge really here is not about the technology. It's about the affordability of the system, right? Because farmers can't afford. So here we are going to develop and test several business case models, from blended finance, from lease-to-own models, from subscription models where farmers do not necessarily have to own the system, okay? Now, the next is regenerative agriculture, where we are going to promote the practice of regenerative agricultural methods like cover cropping, intercropping, or mulching, okay? But here, it's more about the behavioral changes. And let's be honest, farmers won't change their practices because we say so. They will only change their practices when they see that it has physical merit, okay? So here, demonstration is going to be key to achieving the outputs that we envisage for this output. And here, this is where it gets interesting, okay? So here we are going to train farmers into carbon accounting, which will open the doors into climate financing, where they can generate saleable carbon credit from their farming activities. So the biochar, which will then store the carbon that it has accumulated through its lifespan as a plant, okay, is going to sequester it and store it. So when applied back to the soil, that process, you are offsetting carbon, which otherwise would have been released into the atmosphere. So you can sell that credit. And imagine a case where farmers are not earning revenue only from their farming activities, but also from their way of farming, right? So that is where we want to see Ghana move to. Now, another important thing is farmer partnership. So here we are going to do a lot of roundtable to bring together all the stakeholders in the supply chain to interact with themselves. And this would build trust for them to ensure transparency in their dealings, okay? And also create opportunities for producers. We connect them to the off-takers, with HPW being the major off-taker in this case. And we cannot do this without our women, okay? So we are going to provide tailored training and capacity building for women, provide access to production inputs, make available market access for them, where HPW will take their produce, and basically to strengthen the role of women in the fruit value chains. And already we are planning to launch a farmer cooperative next week, Friday, on the 27th in Sawim, to create a Women in Pineapple Production Cooperative. Okay, we are doing this with the Chamber of Women in Agribusiness. So if you're around, you should definitely be there to see what we have in store for women in pineapple production. Now, last but not the least, if the project works, we are going to document and scale, because if the project has merit, it shouldn't remain a project. However, it should transform the system, and that is what we believe in at Swiss Contact. Now, by 2028, we envisage about 10 to 20% increase in farmer revenue, about 1,200 farmers or households building resilience as far as climate change is concerned to their farming activities, and about 150 hectares of land under sustainable land management, and about 110 jobs created. So in all this, we are also, the most important thing is the development of 4 business cases for all the innovations that we are bringing aboard. Because for us, sustainability is equal to business viability. Otherwise, all what we are planning to do wouldn't be sustained after the end of this project in 3 years' time. So in sum, as you can see, the seafood project really brings together some interventions, including inclusivity of women, climate action, technology, to transform the food production sector in Ghana. And we cannot do this alone. So we are calling on engineers in the room, scientists, researchers, and policy makers to come together to help us transform the agricultural sector, because the agricultural sector is actually a team sport, so we need you all on board. Thank you so much.
I like the last bit. Agriculture is a team sport. So we'll all be participating in the sport. Can we please stand up for a moment? No big exercise. Just stretch. One hand up. You bring it down. Take the other one up. You bring it down. Now, this is a very important piece of exercise. Anytime you sit behind your computer and you start seeing everything 3-3. Yeah. Turn your head, and as you are pushing it back, use the other hand to push it the opposite direction. Push your head back and use your hand to push it in the opposite direction with your eyes closed. Then open your eyes, go to the other side. Your head is moving this way, and the hand is pushing the head back. So go this way and push it back. Close your eyes, and then send your head back, and then push and release. We can take our seats now. Now tell me, those of you who were half asleep and you were seeing the screen 2-2, has it become one now? Thank you very much. So our next presentation is by our past president. He's been here already, past president and my lecturer. Quality standards in engineering, food security, and agricultural value chain. Past president, Professor S.I.K. Apedu. Let's give it up for him.
So you've already been welcomed from lunch, so we are just going to go straight in. The food security and sustainable agriculture value chain. We are engineering it. When we say we are engineering something, I'm sure you know, we collect the data, then we analyze scientifically, okay? Then we draw the conclusions and we do the designs and we implement. Here we are looking at the role of quality standards. But we need to do the definition, you know, book long people. So what is food security? Food security is when everybody, they have access, both physical and economic access to sufficient. Okay, so what is on your plate should be sufficient for your size. And it should be safe. It should be nutritious food, and it should meet your food preferences. So if you don't like Indomie, we shouldn't be giving you Indomie at all times. So that's where the security comes in. Not today, and then tomorrow it doesn't come. For your active life. You know, and remember that there are 4 dimensions. As I said, it must be available. The food must be there. And then it must be accessible. The fact that the food is there doesn't mean it's accessible. There is Mercedes-Benz in town, but it's not accessible to you. So you don't have it. So if the food is not accessible, if it's not affordable, it could as well not be there. So it's part of it. And then when you eat it, your body must be able to metabolize it and use it for, you know, and all that. And the stability. Not today, the next year it doesn't show up. That is what we are talking about, that we have food security. And, okay, this figure I've shown you several times. The point here is this, that the population of Ghana is moving. Where is it moving to? In the 70s, only 32% of the people of Ghana lived in urban areas. Fast forward, 2020 at the last $50, 70% will be in urban areas. So keep it in mind. In urban areas, changes. Those changes, you can talk about the production, then the post-harvest. What do you do to it? It's a stop on the way. Then you start processing. Different levels of processing. They are all stops on the way. You get even the distribution, it gets to the retail and gets onto your plate. So stations along the journey are the stages. But it has to be enabled. And what is it that is enabling it? Number one, technology. This morning, they talked about the technology which is required for each of the stages. Number two, very important, infrastructure. Then you have the funding, and then also information to allow you to make the various decisions. So less are the vehicles, then the engineering expertise, what we are putting in is actually the engine that makes all these things move. So engineers are the engines that are going to make the agricultural value chain alive and give us what we need. But these days, when you take your decisions, you cannot ignore the fact that since 1900, the earth has started to warm up. The temperature so far has gone to 1 degree. And from the way it's going, with a new president in America, it's going to go to 3. But what is the consequence? The consequences is that it is going to do all those things, but it is going to change the atmospheric condition. And the result is that your rainfall and your temperatures are going to go haywire. Consequently, a lot of the things that we hear are going to change. The way you design even your drains. Everything is based on historical. And if the historical, what are you going to use for your designs going forward? So, we have our cornfield. The man has invested in it. His connection to the market and to all the stages is this road. That bridge, is it engineered? Is it engineered? That's question number one. Question number two, the man has gotten his 1 bag of corn. To get it to the next stage, to mill it, that is his connection. Is it engineered? What is going to happen? This is what we are looking at. This is well engineered. The height of the where you put it depends on the volume that you have calculated. And all of that, the deck, and then we have constructed it. So this is what we are looking for. But to get that construction done, there are several people, stakeholders in it. You have a client, contractors, consultants, and even the community, the users. And each of them has their own idea about what it means to have a good quality connection. And this is what then becomes critical. We need quality. The expectations are different. But as far as we are concerned, when we talk about construction quality, we are talking about many, many things. You are talking about the quality of the standard, and you are talking about the quality of the management itself. And here we talk about all phases of the management. And when we talk about the quality standards, we are talking about the drawings are the outputs of all your calculations and everything that you have taken it into account. And you also have to give standards for the material that you are going to use. So you cannot get good quality food if you start with rotten ingredients. And this is where the standards that you use for your material comes in. And you need a deliberate effort to get your quality. And the point here is this: as an engineer, if you get your engineering wrong, you have missed the boat completely. If there's no quality in your work, the politician will do the work for you. The only way to beat him is to do your engineering. That he has no answer to. As an example, reinforced concrete material. It has concrete and it has steel. The steel will have to meet, there are specifications for it. Let me give you an example of a survey we did in the market. 12 millimeter mild steel. When we went to look at it on the market, the average actual diameter was 10.70. And the person selling it said, this is 12 millimeter small. 12 millimeter small. 16R, we got 14.24. And he says, this is 16 small. You know the implications. Remember in the formula, it was the area. So we got to square this. And you know where the difference would become even worse. So that is a very good example of a poor material standard. And if we don't get this right, we are heading for trouble. And the engineer Bedu is here. Please register them and go after them. They are people, manufacturers and suppliers. If you want good quality output, you must have a good quality organization. I will not make any more comment on that. If you don't have quality, what will be the consequences? Number one, your structures will deteriorate very rapidly. Number two, the structures would be even unsafe. Number three, there will be delays. Number four, there will be disputes. And that is what the next presentation is going to tell us. And who benefits from disputes? The lawyers. And the engineer is suffering from what? They are not paying his consultancy fees, and yet they have money for the lawyers. So if you don't want, please. And then, of course, cost overruns. But this quality is coming, the major source is from your design, workmanship, or operation. So the engineering expertise is the key. Engineering expertise is the key. So this I have said several times, and the president's rep talked about. Very, very, very important. We need to look at our local construction and consultants. We should put money into making sure that our engineering organizations are organized, because that is what train them. And finally, since we have already finished lunch, you take it as a takeaway. You don't need to eat it here. So rapid urbanization has widened the gap. Food production centers, food consumption centers. If the journey from farm to plate is agricultural value chain, then engineering expertise is the engine that actually moves the food to your plate. Failing to properly apply engineering expertise is the main cause of your lack of quality. And what we need to do is enforce national standards that conform to international benchmarks. And remember, quality is remembered long after the price is forgotten. It doesn't matter how much you pay. If it's poor food, that is what you will remember, the restaurant. And quality output requires quality engineers who are dedicated to quality working in quality organizations. And the training is a very, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I think sponsors Fabric Metal with the GHIE and the Engineering Council in training the steel benders and I think this is in the right direction and we should applaud their effort. Thank you very much.
Let's do it better for Prof. Let's do it. A bigger one. Wow. You know, when he talks about the quality, that he taught me 30 something plus years ago. Quality has shown diversity of the different presentations he has made and the mastery for each type of presentation. Another round of applause for Prof. He's already introduced us to our next presentation, GHIE, Alternate Distribution. So the GHIE team, please come up and let's go through this quickly. Please, we are giving you 10 minutes. Somebody said when we start doing ADR, the lawyers are sometimes not happy because we take part of their work.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. Speaks, and you need to speak after him. That's a big problem because those times when we're on campus, when you see him, we see him to be somebody like an alien. Hey, Prof is coming. But today I'm speaking after him. So, for the ADR Center, please, we need to give special thanks to our past and present council members and ESCO members, because without them, we couldn't have seen the light of day. I will stand here as a mouthpiece, but in the project phase, we work with different people. I could see my own senior engineer, Shakud, who always call me and say, how is it going? How is it going? Engineer Devinyante, the president himself, always following up. Where is it now? Where is it? Where is it going? Engineer Ya Okujeto, Engineer Toro Robertson, they've all been involved. So I stand here as a spokesperson to talk about the ADR Center. So now it has moved from project phase and it's operational. It's located within the GHIE building. Now, if you've not gone there before, anytime you get to the center, please ask them, we want to see the ADR Center. And the interesting thing is I'll have an elevator. So we can go in a lift to the ADR Center. So the structure of the center is said that we have eminent people sitting on our board. It's chaired by a retired Supreme Court Justice, Madam Barbara Akayesu. She wanted to be here, but one or two things she couldn't come today. We have our own engineer, Hesse, who is also, wow, sitting on it. We have lawyer is Ankoma, also on it. Then we have Professor Frimpong, who was actually a Supreme Court nominee, who is also sitting on the board. Then we have engineer, wow. So we have engineer Kofi Sampon, who is also sitting on it. On the secretarial side, to make sure that the day-to-day operations, I'm the administrator at the center, being supported by Faustina Ayite, also at the center as a clerk. Then we have a standing team, a national service person who is also there, work to ensure that day-to-day it really works. But the center has mediation and arbitration rules. And these rules are available for incorporation in any agreement, that dispute agreement that we intend to deploy with our agreement. Since morning, all the conversations, when they talk, there's a bit of dispute. Even Prof said when there's a dispute, irrigation authority, everything that we're talking about relies on agreement. And when that agreement goes wrong, it's the dispute resolution clause that we fall upon. So we have our own rules as for mediation and for arbitration. So far, we've trained almost like 30 engineers who now going forward will be capable to also administer. But our list involve non-lawyers and lawyers. But the interesting thing about the training is I realized that why we don't have any female. The female who started with us couldn't finish. Please, this is a plea to you. Want somebody from WinE, the women, join us. Don't let it all be men, 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 men. Other than that, it will not be interesting. You know, Santa, welcome. So please, the WinE, please encourage your members to join us. Then, when you train or you join the fraternity, it's not just being a mediator or arbitrator only. You can just be a secretary to the tribunal. So the tribunal says you can be a secretary. You can also be a recorder. And these are all jobs that are available for engineers for us to participate. So please, we shouldn't sit on the fence, because when we open the advert, only few people applied. How can, as a big organization, we've trained almost just 30 people? And especially our senior engineers, we want you to come on board, because that experience that you have is required when it comes to dispute resolution. Then, if you look at how we operate, please, all the agreements, apart from the agreements that we want you to incorporate our rules and also use our center for any dispute, please, we are also available to help you structure your dispute resolution agreement, because we have very experienced people who can support you. Because most of the time, when something goes wrong, is that where is the dispute resolution agreement? Please, let's be proactive. So if you need help, come to the center. Let's help you being proactive in drafting the agreement. And what is fascinating about the center is that you don't need to be in Accra to be part of it, because the center has a video conferencing facility. So we can engage you all the way from WA. And the center, somebody might be in Ho, and the center might be running. So please, wherever you sit, it has been set up for us. Don't let it be for a small group of people. We all need to get involved. And the reason why the president and the ESCO and the council were so instrumental is making sure the operational setup is set in this way, is to make sure that no matter where you sit, you can get involved. Please, so get involved. My senior wants to sack me, so please, I don't want trouble. Thank you very much.
I also don't want any dispute. Let's give a big round of applause. This is critical, it is important, it's something we take for granted. But as we all know, there are friendships, sometimes even from school, high school, university, where because disputes could not be resolved, people have gone poles apart. So let's all support, and if we are doing anything that requires any kind of legal something, let's make sure we get in touch with them. Papa lawyer, Papa engineer, thank you very much. We are breaking immediately into our two sessions. Technical session A, 2A is down, and technical session 2B is over here. I know we have of the certificates yet, but we are 1 hour, 22 minutes. We should do it. Okay, Engineer President, please come up and then present to them quick. Dr. Kwesi Edupoku, please come up. GHR. Gida, please come up. Prof, your certificate is not here. Prof, your certificate is not here, so we'll get it for you. They are bringing it. So, Gida, please come up. Swiss Contact, please come up. And then ADR, Papa Lawyer. Swiss Contact first. Cameraman, please get ready. Please join for the picture, for the group picture. Prof, please join for the group picture. Sorry for the, I don't know, has it been found? In fact, this picture, I don't like it. So, file past president, please join them. Oh, president-elect also join them. This picture is not nice. I'm being blunt. I'm not sugarcoating it. ADR, please, I hope I don't get into trouble. The picture is not. Oh, okay. Okay. So as they go, please, 2B is in here. We are looking at infrastructure for sustainable agricultural value chain, chaired by Engineer Dr. Bola Mudasaru. And then we have technical session 2A on the third floor, right below us, innovative engineering solutions for food security, chaired by Engineer Kemaswo. Those going for technical session 2A, Engineer Calvin is here. You can follow him. He's our leader going down there. So please, technical session 2A and technical section 2B starts here immediately. Tomorrow, we convene on the first floor at 9 a.m. for our AGM. Thank you all very much for your lively and hearty participation. And to all our presenters, we say a very big thank you to you. The amount of work which has gone into this is very highly appreciated. Thank you all very, very, very much. And to the conference committee, all the hard work which has been done under the chairmanship of under the chairmanship of Engineer Dr. Lucy, we say a great job that you've done so far. And to our sponsors and partners, headline sponsor, Volta River Authority, thank you very much for all that you've done in making this a success. We would not have been at this stage without you. Our other sponsors, Electricity Corporation of Ghana, Company of Ghana, thank you very much. Bui Power Authority for all that you've done so far. Mining Tools Ghana Limited, thank you very much for your support. Ghana Airports Limited, thank you very much. Ghana Authority, the CEO himself was here. Thank you very much for joining us. Gridco, thank you very much for all your support. Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, we say a big thank you to you, and also to our parent ministry, the Deputy Minister was here with us, Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources. And then our other partners, ABP, Fabrimetal, Cosmos Innovation Center, Associated Consultant, Stanbic Bank, Ghana Water Limited, Joy News. Thank you all very much for your support. And section 2A, we begin. 2B in this auditorium, we begin now. So Chair, please come over and take.
Once again, good afternoon. Please, if you go for section 2A, so that we can run with the speed of light. I am Bola Mudashiru, and of course, I often call myself that a Ghanaian. Even though we have been welcomed, but let me say Akwaba again to Section 2B. And my name is Nana Bola. For my Ghana friends, they know that is what I call myself. Once again, thanks for this opportunity, President, President-elect, and the chairman of the planning committee, and also thank you also. My president is also here. It's also very much important. I say thank you, sir, for this privilege. Engineer A.A. Rabiu, and the immediate past also Engineer Margaret Gutala FNS. Thank you very much for this opportunity also. I will go straight to our presentation. We have about an hour, 40 minutes, but we can't do that. You know, when we started this section in the morning, the women wowed us. And due to the law of diminishing return, the wow used to have like 6 zeros. Oh, sorry, 6, yeah. Now we have moved to maybe like 2. So from wow, we are now wow. So you permit me, for all the speakers, you have 10 minutes for your presentation. And please, we will be very strict with that. And as soon as 10 minutes, I'll definitely come up here. Of course, not to push you hard, but just to tell you your 10 minutes is up. And thereafter, we should be able to do the Q&A for maybe 15 and 20 minutes. Once again, this technical session 2B is infrastructure for sustainable agricultural value chain. How do we link infrastructure to agricultural value chain? And of course, my rapporteur, she's also there. Let me introduce Engineer Lodina Menz. Hi. So, straight to what we have here. Can Jerome Della Lavie come take the stage, please? And the person will be talking about optimization studies on catalytic pyrolysis of plastic waste and rice oxide. Are you here, Jerome? Okay, fantastic. This is Jerome Della. I'm sorry, we will not be able to take their bio because of time. In the course of Q&A, we'll have 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Please take the stage.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening to you all. My name is Jerome Della Lavie, and today I'm presenting on optimization studies on catalytic pyrolysis of plastic rice husk char. My presentation is going to take this format. According to Statista, global plastic production peaked at 460 million. And in Ghana, we generate about 1 million tons of plastic waste. And only about 9% of that is recycled. Plastic waste as a non-biodegradable material which forms part of environmental pollutants. And as part of the waste that is generated, as part of the waste that we produce, HDPE presents one of the most components, okay? And several researchers have tried to find ways to recycle plastic waste, and pyrolysis has emerged to be one of the methods. And so it's about composition of organic materials or other materials in the absence or in presence of little oxygen to produce biochar, bio-oil, and biogas. Yes, so several researchers have generated about 20 to 50% weight percent of oil, bio-oil, from pyrolyzing plastic waste. And several have also tried to improve the yield to get more yield. And so we resorted, or the study resorted to the use of rice husk, from rice husk, the catalyst for the process. And as a result, we will also try to do some optimization studies to see the best composition or the selection of the components for the process. So what's the problem? We can attest to the fact that plastic waste is on the ascendancy, and our landfills are getting full. And so there's a need to take steps. And of course, the open burning of these plastic waste, affects the environment. Okay. And as far as local catalyst research is concerned, there's not been much work done, and so there's a need to explore such areas. And to also optimize the composition of the process. So the main aim of the study was to conduct optimization studies on catalytic pyrolysis of plastic waste and rice castor. And the specific objectives were: one, to analyze the effect of process parameters on the pyrolysis oil yield as far as temperature and residence time were concerned, and to optimize and validate the process, characterize the. So the study is justified by the fact that, of course, there are other methods for recycling waste, but there's more need. There's a need to do more studies on pyrolysis of plastic waste as far as HDPE is concerned, and also the economic value of using rice as cash, which is more or less waste from our farms, into something that can be more beneficial as far as using it as a catalyst in the bio oil is concerned. There are little to no studies that have been conducted on the response surface methodology used to optimize such method. There'll be a need to conduct that. And of course, it contributes to knowledge as far as coming up with the process parameters for optimization is concerned. So what materials did we use? Well, we used HDPE, which was sourced from the Kumasi and recycling plant in Adija, and we dried the samples, and the mixing ratio used was 1 to 0.5. So this is the approximate and ultimate analysis of the HDPE, and we did this so that we know how it would influence our products. And so for our catalyst preparation, we got sourced rice husk from Congo in the Ashanti region. We burnt it in an oxygen at 500 degrees Celsius for 5 hours. We cooled, sieved, and proceeded to use it. So this is a polynomial model that's supposed to be fitted. And for our CCD, our central composite design, we ended up with 13 runs for the experiment. And for our factors, we picked a temperature range of 300 degrees to 600 degrees Celsius. And for the residence time, we used a 60 to 90 minutes. So generally, our feedstock was prepared as HDPE sourced, catalyst prepared. Going through the experimental design of 13 runs, the pyrolysis experiment was conducted. We collected our biochar, collected our gas and the bio oil, and went ahead to analyze it using FTIR and did some validation studies on it. Of the process of the experiment, this is a model that was obtained, and the validation experiment buttressed or were in line with what the model predicted. So the predicted temperature was 527 degrees Celsius and the residence time of 82 minutes for an optimal yield. So we realized that as far as the factors that affect the system is concerned, temperature and residence time played a major role. And if you look at the ANOVA, you realize that the quadratic terms were most significant. And so for our contour and surface plots, the green side showing the sweet spots, you realize that from 550, within 550 for temperature, and for residence time, somewhere between 80 and 85, you have the sweet spot occurring. So any factor around those regions will give you a very good yield. Same for the surface plot. And an FTR was conducted on the bio-oil obtained. And so this FTR gives us an indication of the composition of the oil as far as the functional groups are concerned. And the high peak occurring around the 3,000 per centimeter indicates the presence of aliphatic hydrocarbons, so which is close to diesel fuels. Okay, so the physiochemical properties of the fuels was conducted to diesel, gasoline, and kerosene, and realized that they were in appreciable ranges. So the high heating value of the bio-oil obtained was close to about 94% of the original diesel fuel that you get on the market. And the density, of course, falls within the range that is recommended. Same for viscosity. So in conclusion, we say that temperature was identified as the dominant process variable, and residence time, of course, significantly influenced the oil yield. Now, the optimum levels or optimum temperature and residence time that were obtained were 524 degrees Celsius and 82 minutes for residence time, which gave a significant bio-oil yield of 25.98%. And the Fourier transform infrared spectrometry confirmed predominantly aliphatic hydrocarbons, and we obtained a high heating value of 39.94 megajoules per kilogram, which is about 94% of the energy content of diesel, and a density of 0.83 grams per centimeter cube, which were all comparable to diesel fuel specifications. So recommendations for future studies, an increased number of CCD factors, that is the catalyst loading, the particle size, heating rate, is recommended to develop more comprehensive multivariable RSM models. And a broader range of local plastic waste streams can be evaluated to determine the potential to produce high valuable products and also find their optimal conditions. Further studies also can be carried out on determining the impact of a continuous flow system on the outcome as far as the optimum conditions are concerned. Thank you.
You deserve another round of applause, please. Approximately 10 minutes and 30 seconds. So you deserve a wow. So I'll move straight to the next one. Thank you very much, Jerome. We'll be looking at decentralized irrigation water treatment using hydrodynamic vortex separator and activated carbon filtration. Join me and welcome Dina Asamo. From the song, you say what a man can do, a woman can do better. Please, I hope you do that for us too. Please, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Dina Asamoah Enchi from the University of Energy and Natural Resources. And I'm here to present on the topic, desalination water treatment using a hydrodynamic vortex separator and activated carbon filtration. This will be the outline of my presentation. Freshwater resources is under great stress due to urbanization, global change, climate change, and then population growth. As a result, wastewater reuse is a practice that is essential for future resilient and sustainable agricultural irrigation. But when we look at Ghana, we realize that farmers really rely on untreated wastewater, especially in Accra and other cities. And therefore, they expose themselves and also consumers to harmful pollutants. Therefore, improving irrigation water quality is important is an important engineering contribution for food security. So you realize that when farmers expose themselves to the wastewater and their pumps and pipes being clogged with sediment and particles. We have well-documented telling us the effects of this practice, and therefore a low-cost treatment system that can be used on the field to help in this situation. And also there's a limited use of a hydrodynamic vortex separator and a locally activated charcoal produce, or a combination of these two systems. So this is a hydrodynamic vortex separator and an activated carbon. So we are looking at integrating these two. The vortex separator acting as a primary treatment system, and the activated carbon as an adsorption media to further treat the water. In effect, we aim to evaluate how the two systems is able to clean the water for the farmer. So for our method, we look at the fact that an HDVS uses a vortex flow, that is the rotary flow of water, and a gravitational force and then centrifugal force to remove water by settling, and also the fact that carbon has the adsorption. So the HDVS was fabricated not based on any site specification, because in actual fact, when you want to design an HDVS, that is a hydrodynamic vortex separator, you have to consider the field condition, the topography, the flow rate, and others. But the system was designed using the fact that the principle that the settling velocity should be greater than the overflow rate. And also we incorporated a tangential flow, so that a tangential inlet, so that it will induce a vortex flow within the system. Out with this geometry, we have an outer cylinder of 500 millimeters, an inlet of 50 millimeter diameter, an outlet of 100 millimeter, and in an internal system that helps to control the flow within the system for a higher retention time. So this is the cross-sectional area of the design of the vortex separator. So we went ahead to go to the farm, the market, and the scrapyard, pick up materials to build the system. The system was started, the fabrication started with the cleaning of the materials that were purchased, marking, and then cutting, trimming to meet the dimensions required. And then we also assembled and aligned them. We sealed with PVC pipes, epoxy glue, and then rubber welding. A local method where we use rubber and metals to join plastic, especially for the PVC pipes and the HDE pipes, HDE materials, which had different material configuration. So at the end, this is what we came out with. We conducted a leak test. So we allowed water to flow through the system, let it stand for a while, and then mark the areas that were leaking, and then we went to reinforce them again. The charcoal column, we used 6 inches PVC pipe and a plastic mesh, which is commonly used in our homes to fabricate the charcoal column. At the end, we took the system to the field. It was not based on any field condition, but we wanted to try how it would work on the field. So we took it to Mempasem, an area around East Legon, and then along the motorway where water, wastewater as irrigation. So for Mempasem, we stream that is influenced by domestic waste and also runoff water. And then the motorway is also influenced by rain, water, and then industrial waste. So the two field settings were different. We had we used a farmer's pump at Mempasem, which was operating at 5 liters per second, and until we used, we used the solar submersible pump to try. So we pump the water from the dugout and then into the HDVS, so we can see the vortex flow within the system, and this helps to separate the water from the particles from the water. Then it is then channeled into the charcoal column. So this one is able to separate the solid particles and also floatable material. So if you have particles that are floating, you find them, especially you can see that small particle there. It was just up there. So we get the water out through the outlet, then we connect it into through the charcoal filtration. So a farmer was trying to check whether he can see particles in there. So we want to look at the results. For Mempasem, we had some charcoal and some removal efficiency by the HDVS for heavy metals, and also at the same at the motorway. And then we realized that for zinc, if we look at zinc at Mempasem, it is having a negative. And I'll explain why. And also by Mempasem, we realized we had a smooth and steady flow, so there was no negatives. For microbial quality at Mempasem, also encountered different levels of removal, even up to 2.4 log and 1.4 total coliform, fecal coliform for 1.3, and then E. coli. E. coli also did not really perform well at Mempasem, but for the motorway, it was quite excellent. And the water quality analysis, yes, we also realized some fluctuations within some of the parameters like chlorine, sodium, and then alkalinity. When we look at the system performance, yes, the system was designed to perform for 2 liters per second, 2 liters per second and below, not for 5 liters per second. And this accounts for the reason why we see some of the negatives in the results for Mempasem, because that place we use the farmer's pump, which had a higher flow rate than the normal system. And this resulted in the charcoal not performing well, because you have high water flow flowing into the charcoal column, which is creating a channel instead of having a uniform flow through the medium. The system really performed well at the motorway, since a flow rate, recommended flow rate for the design flow rate. Yes, and then the rubber welding, which we locally use, also helped, because though it did not break the system apart, it really helped hold them together. So in conclusion, we'll say that the HDVS really performed well in the recommended flow rate. Also, 87% of zinc, lead 67%, so chromium 57%. Yes, even though it's designed for particle removal, we realize that it's able to remove heavy metals because we have some of the metals binding to particles. And so when you get the particles out, you reduce the heavy metals and other contaminants. In effect, we will say that HDVS ecosystem is effective in improving wastewater quality and also for irrigation, not only wastewater, because at the end of every irrigation, we have runoff water from the farms treated and used back into the farms. So systems like this is really needed and can help. So going forward, we are looking at scaling up and also leveraging on the HDV design site-specific conditions. So depending on the size of your land, the flow rate, or whatever condition, design it to suit your system. And also, we can also use different materials, either concrete, bricks, or metals, any other materials that we have. So we are calling on researchers, investors, development partners to help us scale this up from a prototype to a scalable operation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my good friend Dina Asamo. Slightly above that, but please, let's do wow for her too, please. The wow is really coming down now. Slightly above, a minute above that, so you did well. Thank you very much for keeping it on time. We move next to the next presenter, Lukman Salifu. I'll be talking about, is Lukman here? Is Lukman around? Okay, if Lukman is not here, do we have Obed Esado? Obed Esado, all right? Obed Esado, please, you can come over. You'll be speaking on wholesale electricity markets as catalyst for food security and sustainable agriculture. Please take a cue from your friends. Please do something less than 10 minutes. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Obed Esando from Gridco, and I'll be presenting on wholesale electricity market as a catalyst to food sustainable agriculture. Which is which? So the presentation, we'll be looking at these points. So if you look at the agricultural presentations that we've been having since morning, everybody is saying, and then it's clear now that agriculture is increasingly dependent on electricity. But if you look at the policies and then the studies in the energy sector and in the agricultural sector, they are not linking up. They are in two different directions. The energy sector is looking at how we can actually reduce the price, because if it comes to electricity, we are thinking of price and then efficiency. If you look at the agricultural sector too, they are looking at access to the electricity that they want to do the processing and then the development in the sector. So this study actually looks at how we can bridge the two and get the synergies working and get the efficiencies that we need for both sectors. So we are looking at demonstrating that electricity is actually a catalyst to agriculture development through electricity markets, and then how we can also bridge the design of the electricity sector, focusing on the needs of the sector to get the positive results for both. So the electricity sector, we are moving towards markets where the product become accessible to both the generators and then the loads in terms of how much everybody wants to contribute and how much everybody wants to use in terms of quantity and then price. So the market is supposed to be a platform where we create opportunities for both players to discover prices. Then it becomes efficient in terms of the quantity and then the price you are buying the value, the quantity for, then you get value for money. And it's a highly regulated space which follows rules so that we don't have situations where buyers and sellers agree outside and then agree on prices. So the WEM or the electricity market provides a platform for price discovery. So the actors know actually the true cost for the product, then we get value for money. Then the price will actually be good. We can't say less because it's relative. So it will be affordable for both users. And then if you look at the grid network now, it is countrywide. So irrespective of where you are located as a farmer, you can actually get access to the grid. Irrespective of where you are, the grid is globally located in terms of Ghana. The NITS is widely located and all the farms areas have good access to the grid. So when we expose the farmers also as market players in the energy, they can also put their demands on the global energy, and then they will not be shortchanged in terms of dealing with individual generators where they will not get value for money for their products. We try to develop or model the network looking at how the irrigation systems that the farmers use can also be incorporated into the energy market. So we look at a system of 150 megawatt solar system being planned at Nyagna in the northern region. That's the scenario one that we have downstairs. Then another system of getting the farmers incorporate the renewable systems at various locations in Ghana. As we saw in the grid map, the map shows that we can actually locate renewable resources or any power resource at any sector of the country, and then it could be accessed by any farmer, irrespective of your location. So we modeled the two at the 2020 for Ghana. So scenarios, and then after we did the dynamics, we realized that the distributed system provide even good system operation for the distributed system than the centralized system. The frequency, dynamic frequency response for overall system is better when you even distribute the system at various locations. So where we had the mines thinking of their small setup, it could still happen, and then they could be used their excess after they used to serve the farmers at a lower price. Because if the mines, for example, decides to subsidize a farmer, they will not be charging the full cost even to be benefiting from this approach. And the frequency is also better even if you distribute it. The system recovers even faster with the distributed system than the centralized system. And then the voltage excursions is also better. The green one is for the distributed system, and then the red one is for the centralized system. So if you have a system excursions, we recover better with the distributed system. The system cannot even see much with the variations with the distributed system. So when we do that, we see that a stable network will be good for the facilities that the farmers use, which are very sensitive. Their motors for the irrigation and stuff are very sensitive to flares. So with the distribution system where we have seemingly less effect, the farming operations will be seamless, as if there is nothing even happening on the grid, than having their isolated systems that if you have any issues with even the weather, then they see it, they can't even operate at the time because they will be seeing the effects directly. And then this will also lead to enhanced post-harvest processing, like the cold and then chilling processing they do for the products after they harvest. So all will be improved in this wise. Then when we do these things, we'll be contributing to achieving SDGs 2 and 7. We'll be reducing hunger, and then we'll be also promoting clean energy, which is affordable for agricultural production. So with these results, we recommend that we encourage distributed renewable systems in our network. We also encourage that both the energy sector and the agriculture sector should be looking together, because the results will be beneficial for all than each looking their own way. And then when we also do that, the farmers will not necessarily be looking for the backup systems that we were discussing yesterday and then today. Some will have to put up battery systems, which will actually add costs to their production. But if you connect to the grid network, the grid itself provides the ancillary services that you need, which also lead to the ancillary service markets being also enhanced. So with this, we show that the wholesale electricity markets can actually be a catalyst for agricultural development, which will lead to food security and then development in the sector. Then we use this opportunity to also thank Engineer Isaac Edu, who has been very instrumental in all the dynamics, because when we did the first one, I had to do several ones to actually foolproof the system that it will actually work when we implement them. Thank you.
Yeah, wow. Thank you, Madam President-elect. Indeed, that was just 9 minutes, so it's a wow. We'll take the next speaker. I do have Jacqueline Sampa Ajay. Oh, okay. She'll be talking about resource recovery for food security, assessing the contribution of WWTPS to the water, energy, food nexus. Please come over, ma'am. So make it wow in less than 10. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So my name is Jacqueline Sampaje. I'm a water and environment engineer from Construmat, Africa. And today, on behalf of myself and co-authors, Engineer Eswifi and Engineer Melomi, who couldn't make it today, will present on resource recovery for food security, assessing the contributions of wastewater treatment plants, which are referred to as WWTPs, to the water, energy, food nexus. So we will all agree today that water has been one of the issues that irrigation faces, water supply. So therefore, there is a need for us to find alternative water sources to improve irrigation all year round. In my presentation, I'm not sure. Okay. In my presentation, I'll talk about how water reuse from WWTP supports irrigation, how we can recover nutrients from wastewater to support agriculture, and how we can recover energy as well. We just heard from someone now about how energy supports agriculture and some global examples and what this means for us in Ghana. So yes, food security is now not just an agricultural issue, it's a water supply issue, resource issue. Therefore, it has to all come together to ensure that we have the right resources available to produce enough food that are available, accessible, and nutritious. 70% of our fresh water is used annually for irrigation globally, and 30% energy demand comes from agricultural sector. Yet we view wastewater in the linear manner, where we extract water, use it, and dispose it off as an end-of-pipe sanitation system. However, I'm here to preach that we can shift towards the circular economy system where we actually treat water, wastewater, reuse the water, extract nutrients from the wastewater, extract energy, and become beneficial to our food security as a good solution to our food security. Okay, so this brings me to the aim of this study. The aim was to connect global best practices because it's not very popular here in Ghana to reuse waste, with our local opportunities available to strengthen our food security. And to do that, we reviewed over 20 WWTPs around the world from literature, published articles, and studies. Then we compared how water, nutrients, and energy are recovered effectively, and the lessons that can be applied in our system in Ghana. So from our review, we realized that this is not an abstract phenomenon. It's actually being done. In Israel, they recycle about 85% of their wastewater for agricultural irrigation. In Spain, they had a pilot project where they reclaimed wastewater to cultivate orchard, plantation, and other horticultural or aesthetics planting. And in Singapore, their new water program supported reuse of wastewater for agriculture so that the fresh water can be eased up for other purposes, such as drinking. And in Middle East and North Africa, where this is gaining more prominence, they use about 15 to 20% of their wastewater towards their agricultural sector. So this is not new, and it can be done here. So now I'll move to nutrient recovery. So we also assess the plants that recover nutrients, waste treatment plants, and we realized that some of them used methods such as fluidized bed reactor to produce fertilizer. Here they remove it as truvite phosphorus, which can be used as a slow-release maintenance for agriculture. Another method we identified was the ammonia stripping. This is looks like a very complex method which can be used at a very high temperature to remove nitrogen from wastewater that can also be used as fertilizer. This was done in Germany, and they were able to recover about 80 to 97% nitrogen from wastewater. Whilst we bring this home to Ghana, thank you, Diana, for setting the tone for me to actually produce the system. And I was so impressed by the technology. So in systems where we don't have the centralized wastewater, in some cases, the decentralized system can either use a zoolite column to remove nitrogen and a biochar column whilst you are treating the water, removing phosphorus from technology. This can also be used directly as a slow-release amendment fertilizer. This was done in Italy, a small-scale pilot, saw about 90% success in removing nutrients and also reuse of the water for irrigation. So with this, I would say that we need to start reframing how we see wastewater. I believe since we came here in the morning, we've all used the bathroom, and we are wondering where is the water or the waste going to. But if we are able to channel them into a treatment system, being it decentralized or centralized, we could be recovering water, nutrients for fertilizer, and energy generation through biogas generation from the sludge for our agro-processing facilities, which requires a lot of energy to operate. Yes, so whilst we are looking at, there are a lot of benefits we saw from our review. So if we have the system in place, when the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority presented, one of the challenges they identified was water supply, and even looking to go into the ground to extract water to use. But if we have wastewater, why not channel that into our irrigation system to have all year round water supply? Also, waste from humans contains nitrogen and phosphorus, which can be extracted as rich nutrients for fertilizer to reduce our reliance on fertilizer importation, and also lower the energy cost for conveyance. We saw where the farms were during one of the presentations and where they transport the food to. If we are able to reuse our wastewater, I'm sure we could start small-scale farming within Accra. And whilst we are looking at the benefits, there are also some risks associated with it, such as pathogen, salinity, and emerging contaminants such as PFAS. They are very difficult to remove. PFAS are very difficult to remove from water. So in doing this, the standard we found was to rely on the WHO standard. So once DINE's system is scaled up, they will rely on WHO standard to ensure that the outcome of their treatment or the treated water are safe for agricultural application before use. Now, how we can extract energy from the wastewater. We can also optimize our system by doing a complete sewage digestion where we enhance the retention time. So with an increased retention time, we'll be able to obtain biogas from the system. And also co-digestion, where food waste or agricultural waste that are available are included in the systems to boost biogas generation, and also have a combined heat and power system to maximize energy utilization. There you can capture more energy from your system. In Australia, we found a case study where 2 plants relied on the co-digestion and optimized digestion, and they were able to produce enough energy to treat or to supply the wastewater treatment plants and export some for public consumption. Now, Dinah mentioned this also in her presentation. Why this matter for us in Ghana? Our farmers are already using wastewater to irrigate their crops. A project I worked on, I witnessed at Alajo. There's a huge drain there. I don't know if any one of you have seen that. There are also small vegetable farmers around the drain. They fetch water straight from the drain onto the vegetables. So imagine the harm this is causing to public health, and also the harm this is causing to the farmers, because exposure to such water is not healthy. So therefore, we need a system in place, structured system that will support decentralized treatment system to create economic value for our farmers within those areas. And we saw in statistics that annually we spend about 200 million USD on fertilizer importation alone, and 70% of our urban wastewater remains untreated, and farmers are experiencing crop losses. So imagine if we have a wastewater that can be treated to provide nutrients that would prevent them from importing fertilizers. Urban wastewater will be treated to safeguard public health, and they will get economic value from their crops. Yes, so from all that we reviewed, some of the achievements we saw was significant amounts of water being reused from wastewater all year round, especially in the arid zone, such as Israel. And nutrient recovery. it's also there are a lot of maturing technologies coming up, which we could adopt and utilize in our context. And also, some plants were able to provide 30 to 60% of their energy need through energy recovery system within the wastewater treatment plants. In Ghana, applying this could be difficult, but we can start small. The upfront capital cost is expensive for centralized systems like the ammonia stripping system. And regulation hurdles are also very much apparent, where we have regulation and enforcing them becomes a challenge. And effluent quality consistency, I mentioned there are some persistent contaminants that are present in wastewater, which is difficult to remove and requires advanced technology to remove them completely to make it safe. So to conclude, I would say that wastewater is not waste, but a resource that can provide a strategic approach for us to solve our irrigation needs, nutrient needs, and energy needs during agricultural production. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah. Thank you very much, my good friend, Jacqueline. Yeah, at this point, we're supposed to have 5 presenters, but one is not here. So we will go straight to the Q&A. If you have a question, you could just prepare them. I'll prepare the questions, and we only have 4 speakers as against 5. Once again, thank you very much, all our speakers. Please, can we have... So please, speakers, can you come and take the stage? Jerome Zella, Dinah Samoa, Obed Esadua, and Jacqueline Sape. Please, can you take the stage while we take the Q&A? And due to time issues, we should be done with our Q&A in the next 15, 20 minutes max. So for each of the speakers, okay. Okay, once again, thanks to all our presenters. And like I said initially, we are into the Q&A. Do we have questions from our wonderful, highly esteemed audience? Okay, we have 1, 2, 3. I love my audience. 3 questions. Let's take it from the immediate past president. The first question from you, sir. Can we get the mic can we get one mic, please, so that we can take the questions from the crowd? Okay, okay.
A very simple one. Thank you very much for the presentation. Dinah, yeah, or Dina. I heard you say. Which of them? Now, yeah, okay, that's great. Now, I realized that your setup was more for a physical separation of, within the water system because you had some contaminants. But then, at the end of the day, I saw you talking about the removal of heavy metals, and also the let's say biological contaminants. I wasn't very clear as to how those contaminants were removed with the system.
Okay. Question 2. Just hold on, don't take it, just take note. Okay, let's take from her.
Okay, so this question is
please, your name.
All right, my name is Nancy Ampia.
Okay.
All right, and the question goes to Dinah as well. So I saw your system and I was just wondering, what is the plan for maintaining it? Do you have any instructions on how these farmers should, for example, clean the material? Once it's cleaned, where do they sort of dispose them of? So that goes to you. Thank you.
Okay. We take the last. Oh, okay. We have one behind. The guy behind, please. Okay. You.
Okay, Kisman. My question goes to the man in the fugu. I forgot your name, sorry. Pyrolysis, right? Yeah, and in the setup, you are supposed to go all the way to like 500 degrees. So I wanted to know how that, because you're not doing this in the lab, are you? Otherwise, how are you achieving this 500 degrees? Thanks.
Okay, we have. I'll come. Okay, I'll take you last. Pardon me, please. Let's take Madam President-elect, Engineer Tijani, please.
Okay, thank you. My question is to Engineer Sando. Engineer Sando, you mentioned that we should design the electricity market with the farmers in mind. We are talking about wholesale electricity market. How practical is it for farmers to participate in the wholesale electricity market?
Okay, the last one.
Hello? Oh, okay. So my first question is on the pyrolysis. You have showed effectively that at high temperatures and then the residence time, you are able to achieve it. But my question has to do with how economical is this feasible? Because if the cost is a bit troubling, then all the work that you are doing is just for academic purpose and may not be suitable for the reality. The second question goes to the high voltage, I think, vortex separation. At the end of the day, we were seeing a lot of filtration going on in terms of heavy metals, and then in terms of microbial organisms. Per what standard are you using as an acceptable criteria to say that effectively that process is actually, yielding result? Because it said it has improved, but is it acceptable by whether WHO or whatever? What acceptable criteria are you using in that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for all the questions. I think we take it starting from Diana. You have 2 questions. You can take the questions now.
So I have 3 questions. So the first one was, how did the system remove heavy metals and biological contaminants? Yes, we use charcoal, activated charcoal, and through the adsorption process, we were able to get the microbial contaminants out, and also the charcoal absorbed the heavy metals also. So the charcoal was within the 6 type column. Yes. And then the cleaning up of the system. When we built the system, we had a drain plug at the base. That was the first one we plugged. So at the end of the process, we drain the water out so we get the sediment and we are able to measure how much was collected. In the same way, if we build it on the field, we can fix a drain plug, or the top is not closed, so you can use a suction pump to collect the sediment or whatever contaminant that is collected at the sump. Cleaning up the farmers, they can clean the system up because you can flush water back like we do in our treatment system where you have backwash, we wash the system back. And also for the charcoal. When the charcoal absorbs the particles or contaminant, it can be regenerated. Charcoal can be activated charcoal can be regenerated and used. So it is no waste. When you want to regenerate it and use, you can do that. Thank you.
The last question.
And the last one, we use the WHO and then FAO standards for irrigation farming. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dina. The next question, I think, is from the man who sells electricity. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the question. And it's on how we can roll up the farmers to also participate in the electricity market. So recently, what we currently do is we are having bilaterals where the generators or the loads will look for the generators to supply them. But the market will open up the space where you don't actually need the bilateral agreement. You can also trade on the platform straight, which we call the spot market. So, yes. So, okay. So the individual farmers would have to be sort of collected together and then put together as a group, as they do now. So instead of having individual irrigation systems for their various farms, they can come together as a group, form which the multiple farms, and then try to register as a bulk customer, which will big station being supplied and then to the various small farms. And that they can actually participate.
Okay. We have the next person, please.
Hello. Yes, you had a question for me. Yes, my name is Jerome Delalavi. Question was about the temperatures involved and as to whether it's in a lab.
Yes.
And so in Care University, we have
somewhere outside. So how are you going to achieve that temperature level outside the lab?
So, yes, the experiment was conducted in a lab.
The lab, okay, then in the lab, no problem, because you can easily get it.
And so, and then it can so just can go up to about 1,000 degrees Celsius. So, and there was another question on cost because of the temperatures we're looking at. Yes, a lot of researchers have sought to find ways to reduce cost as far as the temperatures. The primary source of what we use is LPG. Of course, LPG is expensive. Take the system as a whole. It produces bio-oil, produces biogas. And so for some systems, they feed back the gas, right, which reduces. I hope that answers the question.
Fantastic. For Jacqueline? I don't. Jacqueline was spared today. Thank you very much for those questions. The summary, I want to put it this way before we do a certification for them. Okay. I just put together is that we as engineer, we are solutions provider. And whether you're looking at source of plastic waste, you're looking irrigation and so on. Even to the last speaker, it's still tailored to the economy, where we we start using a particular thing that she talked about, linear versus secular, where linear thoughts use and you throw away. And of course, we're running out of space in terms of, and secular economy is the way to go. You are talking about how to manage, like I was trying to check online, globally generates 400 million metric. Of course, you all know to decompose. And if you have solutions, that is good. Even Ghana alone is it's about 900 what you're generating every year. And if you keep having that, it's a big issue. It's a big environmental issue. Wastewater too is a big environmental issue. Electricity versus it's also a major issue. So if you look at also how you do resource for food security is also, just put together talks about that the solutions is with us. Let's see how we leverage on all our strengths and give solutions to the world. Once again, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much, presenters. Thank you very much, my highly audience. At this point, we will take a picture and do the certificate presentation. Okay. Oh, Dr. Lucy is here too. How are you? Welcome. So please, can we do that as quick as possible so that we can close the section? All right.